Hello. If you have not been here before, welcome. And if you have, welcome back. This is one of the longer style videos that I make, with mostly true scary stories, and stories that have been featured on this channel before. I make these longer videos specifically for people to relax or sleep to. I hope you like the rain sound that I mixed. It's unique, and you will not hear it on any other channel. If you have trouble sleeping or relaxing, this channel and these type of videos could be exactly what you need. I really hope they help. And if they do, please subscribe and like the video for me. And please remember that there are only 3 ads in this entire video after the first 3 stories. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoy. Now, let's begin. I just turned 21 a few weeks ago. Exciting, I know. But I still lived at home with my parents, unfortunately. Anyway, I was about to get off work this one night. I was about 15 minutes away from finishing my night shift when there was a sudden knock on the door. It was so unexpected, I almost fell out of my chair. I work in the industrial district, and it was 9 o'clock at night. No one is supposed to be around here. Reluctantly, I got up and went to check who it was. Standing on the other side of the glass door was this girl, maybe around my age, with long, tangled hair and clothes that looked like they belonged to a little girl. Her eyes were hollow and unsettling, like she hadn't slept in days. She waved awkwardly and motioned for me to open the door. "Hey," she said when I cracked it open just a bit. "Can you give me a ride home, please? My car broke down a few streets over." Something about her voice just didn't sit right with me. It was flat, like she was going through the motions of talking, like she wasn't used to it. My instinct screamed at me to say hell no, and I listened. "Sorry, I can't," I said quickly. "I'm just about to clock out and I need to head home." She stared at me for a moment, her eyes digging into mine. Then she shrugged and turned away, walking off into the darkness. I locked the door and watched her disappear before I headed back to my desk. The encounter left me a bit rattled because it was so random. I did call security just to let them know that I saw a suspicious character, and then I decided to pack up a little bit early and leave. As I left the building, the eerie quiet outside made me feel like I was in a horror movie, about to be ripped apart by some beast or some person. Every little noise was louder than it should be. I hurried to my car. I unlocked it and jumped inside. It was freezing. I locked the doors. I didn't even care about turning the heater on right now. I just wanted to start moving and head home. It was about a 10-minute drive. At first, I thought I would be fine once I was on the road. But as I drove, my mind kept going back to that girl. What was she doing there? For some reason, I knew she was lying. She didn't have a car that broke down. The way she stared at me, too, like she was sizing me up. I told myself it was over. I was driving now, she was gone, and I was safe. When I got home, I pulled into the driveway, killed the engine, and went inside. Warmth. Sweet, sweet warmth. I locked the door behind me, and for a while I didn't know what to do. I decided to call my friend Jay. He was out drinking at some bar close by, and told me to come join him. I figured going to have a few drinks might make me feel a little better about tonight. So I walked into the garage, opened the door, grabbed my bike, and I was off. The night was beautiful, honestly. Just cold. The moon lighting up the road like a spotlight. It was nice and peaceful, at first. The rhythm of my bike tires on the pavement put me at ease. But then I heard it. The whir. The sound of another bike behind me. I tried to play it cool. Maybe it was just someone else out for a late night ride. But as the sound got closer, I started to feel uneasy. I moved to the side of the road, hoping that they would pass me, and they did, but not like I expected them to. The person slowed down as they came alongside me, and that's when I saw her face. It was her, the girl from the door. My stomach dropped, and panic shot through me like electricity. I tried to process how she could be here, riding my mom's bike no less. But my brain would not cooperate. She turned her head and gave me this smile. I lost control in that instant. My hand slipped on the handlebars, and the bike wobbled violently before tipping over. I hit the pavement hard, scraping my hands and knees up. Pain shot through my hands as I scrambled to get up. But then I froze in place when I saw her again. She had stopped just a few feet away from me and was just looking back at me with that same smile. She didn't say anything, her eyes unblinking. Then, as if she hadn't just caused me to nearly break my neck, she turned her bike around and pedaled away. I sat there for what felt like forever, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. I didn't even want to think about going to meet Jay anymore. I just wanted to get back home and take care of my hands. When I finally reached my house again, I threw the bike down in the driveway and went inside, locking the door behind me. My heart was still racing as I couldn't believe this just happened. How the hell did this girl get to where I was? After a few minutes, I forced myself to go back outside to check my car. Something about it felt wrong. And when I went outside, I saw it. The back left door was open. I hadn't opened it. My knees almost gave out as I approached. Inside on the back seat was a piece of paper. I picked it up slowly. Scrawled in messy handwriting were the words, "You should have said yes." Back in 2004, I drove back to college after Christmas, but before the winter break was over. I was the first of my roommates to return to the house that we were renting. The place was on the outskirts of a small town in upstate New York, surrounded by dense woods and miles away from any neighbors. It was isolated, quiet, the kind of quiet that made every creak of the old house sound like a gunshot. I pulled into the snow-covered driveway behind the house. The snow was pristine, untouched except for a few faint animal tracks. My car's tires crunched loudly as I parked by the back door. The cold air hit me like a train when I stepped out, the kind of cold that stung your face and froze your breath. I grabbed one of my bags from the trunk and hurried inside. I had been on the road for over 5 hours and was dying to use the bathroom. The house felt strange when I stepped in. The air was heavy, and the silence felt a bit unnatural, but I chalked it up to just being alone in an old house. I rushed to the bathroom, took care of my business, and splashed some warm water on my face to wake myself up. I was inside for maybe 5 minutes. When I went back outside to grab the rest of my stuff, I stopped dead in my tracks. There were footprints in the snow around my car. At first, I thought I was seeing things, but no, they were definitely there. The only footprints that should have been there were mine, from where I had gotten out, walked to the trunk, and then walked to the back door. But now, there was another set. These footprints were larger, circling my car several times before leading back into the woods. My heart started pounding as I followed the tracks with my eyes. They came from the woods, looped around my car, and then disappeared back into the trees. The trunk of my car was still open. I had left it like that because I thought I was alone. Nothing was missing, but the idea that someone had been out here, watching me, brought me dread. They had to have seen me pull in. They had come out of the woods, circled my car, and then retreated for whatever reason back into the trees. I grabbed the rest of my bags as fast as I could, my hands trembling so bad I could barely lock the trunk. Every sound, the crunch of my boots in the snow, the rustling of the trees in the wind, it was amplified, like someone was just out of sight, waiting for the right moment. I bolted into the house and locked the door behind me. My heart was racing, and I couldn't stop glancing out the window, expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the woods. I couldn't sleep that night. Every little noise made me jump. The creak of the house settling, the wind rattling the windows, even the hum of the refrigerator. Around midnight, I thought I heard faint footsteps outside, crunching in the snow. I forced myself to look out the window, but I didn't see anything. Just the empty yard and the dark line of trees. The next morning I went outside to check. The footprints were still there, frozen in the snow like some eerie reminder. They had not melted or blown away. It was like they were taunting me. I stood there staring at them and noticed something else that made my blood run cold. The prints were not normal. They were deep and uneven, like whoever made them was dragging one foot. And they didn't look like they were made by boots or shoes. The edges were rough, almost like claws, as if something with bare feet had been walking around through the snow. I tried to convince myself that it had to have been a prank or something. Maybe some weird neighbor messing with me, but the nearest house was over a mile from here, and I hadn't seen another car or a person the entire drive back. Besides, who would be out here, barefoot in the snow, in the middle of nowhere, just to play a joke on me? None of it made sense. That night it got worse. I stayed up late watching TV. Around midnight I heard footsteps again. This time louder, deliberate, crunching right outside the living room window. I turned off the TV and sat there in the dark, terrified, holding my breath. The footsteps stopped right outside the window. I could feel whoever it was standing there, just on the other side of the glass. I couldn't bring myself to look. My hands were clenched so tightly, my nails dug into my palms. I just sat there, unable to move, waiting for something to happen. After what felt like an eternity, I know people say that all the time, but that's what it felt like. The footsteps started up again, moving away this time. I listened as they crunched through the snow, and then faded away. When the sound was finally gone, I let out a shaky breath that I hadn't realized I was holding. The next morning, I checked outside again. The new footprints were there, right outside the living room window. They had matched the ones from before, uneven and claw-like. I have never felt fear like that. I don't know who or what was out there, but I will never forget that feeling of knowing something or someone was so close, and they didn't belong. I stayed in that house for the rest of the break, but I never felt safe again there. Every night I would hear some kind of noise, sometimes soft at first. Sometimes it would grow louder as the week went on. By the time my roommates got back, I was a wreck. I tried to tell them, but they just laughed at me, said that I was imagining things. One of my friends did believe me, but it didn't matter. Maybe it was real, maybe it wasn't. But every time I'm alone now, especially at night, I'll hear that sound in my head. That slow, deliberate crunch of the snow outside. When I was in my early 20s, my grandparents lived in this beautiful house on a lake in Michigan. The house was surrounded by tall trees, and I don't remember any neighbors nearby. It was in the middle of nowhere, and I loved it. The water on that lake was so calm, and it looked like glass. It was the kind of place where you could hear the breeze rustling through the trees and the faint hum of insects in the distance. It felt so peaceful. My favorite place in the world by far. A perfect escape from the chaos of this city life that my parents put me in. One of my favorite things to do while visiting my grandparents there was to take their little boat out onto the lake. I would bring a book sometimes, some food, but more often than not, I would want to smoke out on that boat since they didn't approve. I would go out into the middle of the lake where no one could see me, and I would smoke and usually pass out. Sometimes I would lie there for hours. A few times I woke up and it was dark. Doesn't that sound incredibly relaxing? I mean, it was heaven. Well, it was until one weird afternoon. It was a warm day, one of those perfect Michigan summer afternoons. The sky is bright blue. The clouds look like marshmallows. I'd rowed out to my usual spot. I started smoking and just let myself drift away. The gentle rocking of the boat was my favorite. The soft lapping of the water against its sides. It always put me to sleep quick. I had just closed my eyes and drifted off into a nap. I'm not really sure how long I was out, but I woke up suddenly. I don't think I heard anything. I could just feel that something was different. When I opened my eyes, I sat up, and there was another boat with an old woman sitting inside it, looking at me. I'm not sure what was scarier, that I hadn't heard her approach, or the fact that she came out of nowhere and her boat was so close to mine, she could reach out and touch me. She looked like she had stepped straight out of a vintage photo. Her dress was faded and worn. It looked like it had been through way too many laundry cycles, and her hair seemed like it was falling out. Her face was very gaunt, with sharp angles and wrinkles. But it was her eyes and teeth that really got me. She smiled, but it didn't seem friendly. It was the kind of smile that you would give someone that you're about to sell a cursed object to or something. I can't explain it. Then she said something.
Hello, girl. Such a beautiful day, isn't it?
Her voice was soft, but it had this weird quality that gave me goosebumps.
May I tell you a story?
I'm not proud of this, but instead of saying something brave, I just nodded. I was so nervous and taken aback that I didn't know what else to do. And so if I started rowing away, it would be extremely obvious that I was uncomfortable, and I wanted to just play it cool as best as I could. I nodded, okay. She leaned forward, her boat creaking like it hadn't been oiled since the Great Depression. She began, her eyes locked on mine.
A pretty girl falls asleep on a boat.
She paused dramatically, which felt unnecessary but effective, because my pulse was already going crazy. She continued.
When she wakes up, she's stabbed in the face. Over and over again.
She raised a bony finger and dragged it slowly down her cheek, tracing a line from her temple to her jaw. Now, I'm not saying that I'm tough or anything. I thought I was, but I'm pretty sure my soul left my body for a second. I wanted to laugh or scream or do something, but nothing came out. All I did was stare at her. Her smile widened, which was so weird. It didn't look like it could get any wider.
She is stabbed in the face. Over and over and over again.
And that's when I decided I'd had enough. Fight or flight kicked in. I had no idea if she was about to pull out a knife. Let me tell you, flight won by a landslide. I grabbed the oars and started rowing like my life depended on it. My whole body was trembling. I was so scared.
Do you like it? Do you like my story? Where are you going?
She never left my sight as I rowed away, smiling the whole time.
Don't you like it?
Eventually, when I got close to shore, I looked to make sure that my boat wouldn't crash into the dock. When I looked back, her boat was still there, but she was gone. Either she jumped into the water, or she very quickly ducked down so I couldn't see her. Whatever she did, it was terrifying, and I had no idea where she was now. I tied the rowboat to the dock and bolted back to the house, trying to understand what just happened. I told my grandparents, and both of them believed me. They were mortified. Of course, they went outside to go try to find her, but there was no sign of her or her boat. I wish I could say I never went on that lake again, but I did. It was my favorite thing after all, and I never saw that woman again. God only knows where she came from, or what she would have done if I hadn't rowed away. I'll never forget that after telling my grandparents, my grandpa joked that I must have smoked something stronger than usual. My grandma thinks maybe I fell asleep and just had a nightmare on that boat, but I can promise you it was real. It really happened. Years later now, I still see her face, and I can still hear that voice.
Hello, girl.
The highly publicized kidnapping of J. Paul Getty III, grandson of the wealthy tycoon Jean Paul Getty, occurred on July 10, 1973. The 16-year-old was snatched off the streets of Rome by a group of unknown men who demanded a ransom of $17 million for his safe return. When the boy's father asked his own father, the patriarch of the Getty family, for the money, the miserly John refused, arguing that his other 13 grandchildren would be targeted if he were to pay. By November 1973, the kidnapper sent an envelope containing a lock of hair and a human ear to a daily newspaper. The group threatened further mutilations to the young man if their demand of $3.2 million was not met, and when this was not forthcoming, they eventually reduced the ransom further. Getty's grandfather agreed to pay no more than $2.2 million, lending his son the other $800,000 on the condition that he pay 4% interest. His grandson was later found alive in the province of Potenza, and eventually 9 people were arrested. The kidnappers were members of a notorious mafia organized crime group from Calabria, and only 2 would face prison over the crime, while the young Getty would struggle over the trauma of his ordeal, eventually turning to drink and drugs, which would forever ruin his life. The Getty family are one of the wealthiest in America, who made their fortune from investing in the petroleum industry in the early 20th century. George Franklin Getty was a lawyer who became an independent oil man in the early 1900s, along with his son John Paul Getty. Together, they incorporated the Getty Oil Company. Upon the death of his father in 1930, John Paul Getty became patriarch of the Getty dynasty and continued in his father's footsteps and became a wealthy industrialist and the founder of Getty Oil. In 1957, Fortune magazine named him the richest living American, while in 1966, he was named the world's richest private citizen by the Guinness Book of World Records, with an estimated fortune of $1.2 billion. It was into this affluent family that John Paul Getty III was born on November 4, 1956, and spent his formative years in Rome, while his father oversaw the Italian interests of the Getty family oil business. With the death of his stepmother in July 1971 due to a heroin overdose, and his father's move to the United Kingdom to escape drug possession charges in Italy, the young Getty was left to his own devices in Rome, where he lived a bohemian lifestyle while frequenting nightclubs and taking part in left-wing demonstrations. He lived with his then-girlfriend, Martine Schmidt, who would later claim the couple was struggling to make ends meet, and said that Getty had previously toyed with the idea of getting himself kidnapped by petty criminals to extort money from his miserly grandfather. However, he had changed his mind towards the middle of 1973, with Martine telling the press, Paul didn't want to be kidnapped anymore, but the kidnappers were following him. The young couple began securing modeling work, and Paul had been paid $1,000 to appear naked in a spread on the cover of the August 1973 issue of Italian adult magazine Playmen, which would be released the month after his kidnapping. 16-year-old Getty was abducted at 3:00 a.m. in the Piazza Farnese in Rome on July 10, 1973. The young man was approached by several men and was blindfolded, then transported and imprisoned in a cave in the southern Italian region of Calabria. A ransom demand was issued for $17 million in exchange for his safe return. However, the Getty family believed that the plot had been orchestrated by the rebellious teenager to gain money from his grandfather, who refused to accept the ransom note as genuine. The kidnapped teenager's father, John Paul Getty Jr., asked his father for the money to secure his son's release, but the elder Getty refused because he believed his other 13 grandchildren would be in danger if he agreed to pay. Due to an Italian postal strike, the arrival of the kidnapper's second demand was delayed, and they came to believe his family would never pay the ransom. His captors began to treat Paul worse, and they took away a radio they provided him. One of the men killed a bird he had taken as a pet. He was threatened with death on numerous occasions, and the men guarding him began playing Russian roulette with a pistol pointed at his head. In November 1973, an envelope was sent to a daily newspaper that contained a lock of hair and a human ear, along with a threat from the kidnappers that failure to pay the $3.2 million ransom would result in further mutilations of their captive. The accompanying note read, "This is Paul's first ear. If within 10 days the family still believes that this is a joke planned by him, then the other ear will arrive. In other words, he will arrive in little bits." Because of the increasingly harsh treatment suffered from his captors, Paul's health began to decline and his wound became infected. He developed pneumonia due to the cold winter temperatures, and the kidnappers soon became concerned about his rapid decline and gave him large doses of penicillin to treat his infection. As time went on, he developed an allergy to the antibiotics, which affected his health, making it worse. In an attempt to keep him from getting worse, he was plied with large amounts of brandy to keep him warm and numb his pain. With Paul's life threatened, his grandfather reluctantly agreed to pay, but acquiesced to no more than $2.2 million, which was the maximum amount that was tax-deductible, and lent the rest to his son, who would repay him the remainder at 4% interest. Shortly after the ransom was paid, the young Getty was released on December 15, 1973, at a Loria patrol station in the province of Potenza. Once reunited with his mother, she suggested he contact his grandfather to thank him for paying the kidnapper's ransom, but the Getty patriarch refused to come to the phone and speak with his grandson. During the subsequent police investigation, it was highly suspected that the kidnappers were members of an organized criminal group known as 'Ndrangheta, which operated in the Calabria region of southern Italy. Detectives focused their investigation on the Piramali Ndrina, a powerful clan of the 'Ndrangheta, headed by Girolamo Piramali, known as Momo. Piramali was the capobastone and head of his own sub-organization within the 'Ndrangheta. On March 23, 1974, Italian police raided the Goya Toro area on the Tyrrhenian coast of Calabria and made several arrests, including Piramali and Saverio Mamaliti. Mamaliti, who was nicknamed Saro and Playboy of Castellis for his good looks and taste in women, was from Oppido Mamertina and Castellis in Calabria, and was the capobastone of the Mamaliti Ndrina. In September 1974, 'Ndrangheta boss Piramali absented from a clinic in Rome where he had been transferred to receive treatment for an ulcer. He was apprehended again in October 1975 in Rome during a lunch meeting with Pasquale Condello and Paolo Di Stefano, two high-ranking members of the 'Ndrangheta. It was discovered during his arrest that Piramali was in possession of banknotes that could be traced to the Getty kidnapping. On January 19, 1976, a fifth Italian member of 'Ndrangheta was charged with involvement in the Getty kidnap plot. A warrant was issued for 49-year-old Giuseppe Lamanna, who was charged with abduction, inflicting serious wounds, and criminal association. 9 members of the 'Ndrangheta went to trial in May 1976 before a 3-judge court in southern Italy, charged with abducting J. Paul Getty III, known at the time as the Golden Hippie grandson of the American oil billionaire, who died during the course of the trial from heart failure at the age of 83 on June 6, 1976. The then 20-year-old Getty also testified at the 10-week trial, which culminated in July 1976 when 7 of the defendants were acquitted for lack of evidence, including the Nadrina bosses Saverio Mammoliti and Girolamo Piramali, who the prosecution contended was the mastermind behind the kidnapping, while 2 other men were convicted and sent to prison. Antonio Mancuso received an 8-year sentence, and Giuseppe Lamanna, who was accused of cutting off Mr. Getty's right ear to be sent to his family to encourage them to pay the ransom demand, was sentenced to 16 years in prison. It was alleged during the trial that the defendants wanted the money to finance a drug-running operation. Although 5 of the men were absolved of kidnapping and mutilation charges, they received jail sentences on drug and weapons charges. With the mounting legal troubles and facing many years behind bars, Mammoliti decided in May 2003 to collaborate with Italian justice officials and became a pentito, former members of criminal organizations who turned on their former associates. Mammoliti confessed his involvement in the Getty kidnapping and explained that the ransom money was used to invest in trucks, with which the 'Ndrangheta won a monopoly on all the transportation and construction contracts for the container port of Gioia Tauro. Before the start of his kidnapping trial, J. Paul Getty III married German Gisela Martine Zacher, who was 5 months pregnant with their son Balthazar. After the trial, he acted in several European films, playing supporting roles in the 1981 Portuguese philosophical horror film The Territory, directed by Chilean filmmaker Raul Ruiz, and Wim Wenders' 1982 German-language film The State of Things. Getty and his wife lived in New York City during the 1980s, where they became acquainted with Andy Warhol's art crowd. J. Paul Getty III was deeply affected by the ordeal of his kidnapping, and as a result, he suffered from both alcohol and drug addiction during the years that followed. In 1981, he drank a cocktail consisting of Valium, methadone, and alcohol, which caused liver failure and a stroke, leaving Getty quadriplegic, partially blind, and unable to speak. His mother, Abigail Harris, cared for him for the rest of his life and sued his father for $28,000 a month to cover his medical bills. Getty never fully recovered and remained severely handicapped for the rest of his life. By 1987, he was able to regain some measure of autonomy and was even capable of skiing when strapped to a metal frame. He and Zacher divorced in 1993, and several years later, he and member of his family became citizens of the Republic of Ireland in return for significant financial investments. Owing to his poor health since his 1981 overdose, and after a long illness, Getty died at his father's estate at Wormsley Park, Buckinghamshire, on February 5, 2011. Saverio Saro Mammoliti was arrested numerous times for his involvement in organized crime activities and was sentenced to 22 years for extortion and other mafia-related charges in 1992. At the Mafia of Three Provinces trial in 1995, he received a life sentence and another 20-year sentence in 2003, despite his collusion with Italian authorities. Girolamo Momo Piramali continued to be the center of 'Ndrangheta criminal enterprises in Calabria and became involved in the Second 'Ndrangheta War against his rival Giorgio Di Stefano, a cousin of the powerful Di Stefano brothers, who was killed by a hit squad headed by Piramali's brother, Pepe. Arrested on charges stemming from his criminal involvement, Momo Piramali died of cirrhosis of the liver on February 11, 1979, in a prison hospital in Goya Toro. I lived in one of the oldest apartments in my town. It wasn't really fancy, just this old, creaky building that made weird noises at night. The walls were thin, the floors were uneven, the whole place had this nasty smell, like damp wood, ancient dust, the like. My friends would joke that it was probably haunted, but I always shrugged it off because I didn't believe in that kind of thing. At least until this one night. It must have been about 2 a.m., and I just couldn't sleep. I tried everything. I was listening to music, I scrolled on my phone, nothing was working. Finally, I dozed off eventually without realizing it because the next thing I knew, I was dreaming. Except it wasn't a normal dream. It felt like I was awake, even though it was a dream. I couldn't move. I was just lying in my bed. My bedroom looked exactly the same. My desk with the messy piles of crap and homework, the worn-out rug that I had for years, even the little faint glow of the street lamp outside my window. It was all there, every detail. But something was different. My bedroom door slowly started to creak open. And then I saw her. She was old, like really old. Her skin was pale, wrinkled, her hair long and gray. It hung in stringy clumps around her face. She was wearing this old black dress that looked like something out of a horror movie. Her eyes, oh my gosh, I'll never forget them. They just weren't right. They were milky white, like she was blind, but they still felt like they were staring straight into me. She didn't say anything. She didn't even make a sound. Her steps were completely quiet as she started to walk toward me. I couldn't move. Totally frozen. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. I could do nothing. Very slowly, she inched closer to me. When she was right next to my bed, she leaned down. Her face was so close I could feel her breath, which smelled like rotten meat. Her lips moved, like she was about to whisper something. But before she could, I woke up. I shot up, my heart pounding. It took me a second to realize that I was actually awake now. The first thing I did was look at the bedroom door, and it was closed. I always lock my door before I go to bed. Always. But something about that dream really freaked me out, so I got up to check if it was locked. When I tried the handle, my stomach dropped. It was unlocked. That alone was enough to send chills down my spine, but I tried to convince myself that it was just a dream. Maybe I dreamt the door was locked, when it really wasn't. I didn't want to think too hard about this. I locked the door again, double-checked it, and climbed back into bed. But I didn't sleep well for the rest of the night. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I kept replaying that dream in my head, trying to make sense of it. Why did I have a dream like that when I never had before? It was so real feeling, too. My friends just laughed when I told them about it. They never really took anything seriously. "You're just paranoid, man," one of them said. I wanted to believe them, but I couldn't. Something about that old lady haunted me. For a few nights, I was terrified to go to sleep, but nothing happened again. I would lock my door, I would check it, I would double-check it, and leave the light on in the hallway. But I still felt uneasy, like she would appear at any moment. About a week later, it happened again. I was in bed, half asleep, when I heard a noise, when before everything was silent. It was soft, like someone shuffling their feet outside my door. My heart started racing. I told myself it was probably my upstairs neighbor or something. Maybe a cat. Then came the knock. It was quiet at first, just a soft tapping. But then it got louder. Knock, knock, knock. My throat went dry. I didn't move. And then it stopped. And for a second I thought maybe whoever it was had left. But then the handle started to jiggle like someone was trying to open the door. I knew it was locked. I had checked it. Twice. Maybe even 3 times. But what if? What if it wasn't somehow? I didn't know what to do. Should I get up? Should I yell? Should I call the police? My body was frozen. Then, as suddenly as it started, the noise stopped. I sat there for what felt like hours, listening, waiting. But everything was quiet. The next morning, I checked the peephole before opening the door. The hallway was empty, but there was something on the floor. A single dirty footprint, like someone had been standing there barefoot. I stared at it for a long time before finally shutting the door and locking it once again. I didn't leave my apartment for the rest of the day. Then, a week later, it was Friday night, and I was trying to relax, watching TV in the living room. That's when I saw her. Through the curtains, I could see the shadow of someone standing on the porch. I didn't really want to go see who it was, but something compelled me. I walked over to the window and pulled the curtain back just a little. It was her. The old lady from my dream. She was standing there just staring at the door. Her milky eyes looked dead, but there was something about the way she stood that made it clear she wasn't some just random person. She didn't move. She didn't knock. And she didn't say anything. She just stood there. I backed away from the window, my hands shaking. I thought about opening the door, asking her what she wanted, but something deep inside me told me that that was a very bad idea. Instead, I turned off all the lights and sat in the dark, holding my breath. I waited for hours, too scared to move, until finally I worked up the courage to look out again. And she was gone. I never saw her again after that. In my dreams, in real life. But I still think about her sometimes. About her pale, lifeless eyes, and the way she seemed to know things she shouldn't. I don't know who it was, or what she wanted. Honestly, I don't want to know. All I know is I'll never forget that feeling of terror, like I was trapped in some kind of nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. It must have been sleep paralysis from what I read. Now, every time I go to bed, I check the door multiple times, sometimes 3 or 4 times. I have moved out of that apartment since then, but the fear stayed with me. And sometimes, late at night, I think I hear a faint knock in my dreams, and I'll wake up, my heart pounding, wondering if she has come back. I have lived in this town all my life. I know all the weird traditions that come with living in a place as remote as mine, but nothing explains what happens at our deer park. I used to come out here most evenings during the pandemic, park up by the base of the hill overlooking the sanctuary, and just immerse myself in nature. I was always mindful of the distance I had to keep from the deer, particularly during mating season, and it wasn't like the deer didn't know what a car was. These were in their own reserve, sure, but the trail cut right through their vast fields, and they had grown accustomed to seeing cars all manner of times in the day and evening, which is what makes the situation more unsettling. Starting last week, a sign was put up on the entrance gate to the park, impossible to miss as the car slowed and the tires rolled over the metal grates. With it being the late hours and very few cars on the road, I decided to stop and read it in full. A polite notice to our valued visitors entering the Oboro Nature Reserve. Our deer are exhibiting unusual behaviors, and we are politely requesting you to observe the following guidelines in place as to best protect yourself and the well-being of our deer. Number 1. While the park is open 24 hours a day, we are recommending visitors to not stop their cars during observable grazing periods and on midsummer nights. You are welcome to drive through and observe from a distance, but please do not slow down or stop. Number 2. Should you be slowed or stopped at any other time and the deer be curious by your vehicle, act calmly and do not speed up. Let them inspect you and judge you as a safe passerby. If they begin snorting, that is your cue to leave. Number 3. There have been reports of deer standing on their hind legs and remaining idle in the fields. These rumors are a fallacy. Please do not pay any attention to them. Number 4. There is a black stag that holds dominion over the western herd. His antlers are sharp and his stride is impressive, but do not attempt to approach him. Please pay him the respect you would normally, and do not stare at any of the females in his harem. He will charge you. Bucks are not friendly. Number 5. Deer remember faces. They can recognize you from a distance and will verify your smell as you get closer, listening intently the entire time. There are many of them and only one of you. You would do well to mind that. Number 6. Lastly, no matter what salacious rumors have been propagating amongst the community, the deer are not congregating in the dead of night. Deer are social animals that sleep and graze together in a herd. This is normal. The deer are acting normally. Drive safely, keep your doors locked, and have a lovely drive in the Oboro Nature Reserve. Strange, right? The notice wasn't your usual steel sign with the carefully embossed wording. Rather, it had been hastily marked up and nailed to the wall adjacent to the welcome sign, as if in a hurry. I had not heard any sorts of rumors around town, and nobody had complained about the deer park. We're a population of maybe 2,000, so it's not hard for words to get about. Still, I had my routine and intended to stick to it. Some of the info was valuable for newcomers. There was indeed a large black buck who paraded the western herd. His name was Jojo, and I fully believed he would gore anyone who outstayed their welcome or got too close. A beautiful specimen of muscle and authority. He ensured his harem never strayed too far and seemed to be borderline obsessive about making sure that they never went across to the eastern side where the large swaths of trees sat. In fact, I'd observed him on a couple of occasions actively nudging or ramming younger males away from the split in the road and back to safety. On the rare occasion that a member of the herd crossed the line, he would refuse to acknowledge them and actively keep them away from entering, as if they were banished. As I drove through the archway, I realized I had not seen many deer in the eastern section of the park, looking out my window and staring at the makeshift forest to my right, and a burning question coming to the forefront of my mind that didn't leave as I reached the hill overlooking both sides of the hill. Where are the rest of the deer? It was unnerving to sit there and try to enact my ritual of riding under the clear night when there was a strict absence of the herd where they should be. I tried to focus, but something was pulling my eyes back to looking at that spot time and time again. Eventually, I decided that I needed to get some fresh air and take a better look, satiate my curiosity. And then, with my mind at ease, I could get back to finishing my blog. The air was humid when I stepped outside. No breeze, and the stars were out on full display. Thank goodness for no light pollution in the countryside. I left the engine running and walked to the barrier my car was parked in front of, leaning over and taking a pair of binoculars I bring for slower days when I want to see the deer in better detail. As I directed my vision to the eastern herd, I saw something darting in the tree line. It's quick, hairy, and seemed to move the second my binoculars motioned towards it. Even a deer shouldn't be that spooked, especially from this distance. My joints seized up, and I damn near dropped the binoculars when I heard a familiar snorting from behind me. I turned and saw Jojo standing 15 feet from me, just by the rear of my car, and his eyes were gleaming in the rear lights. His head was low, and his antlers were thick, sharp, and aimed at me. At that moment, I didn't know if he was going to charge and whether I should be fighting for my damn life. Instead, I did as I was instructed and stayed still, not making sudden movements as he snorted again, closing the gap between us slowly. As he got within 5 feet of me, he reared his head up. I saw the most baffling expression on his face for a fleeting moment. Fear. Something rippled through the eastern forest, and birds began flying away in droves. Some of the deer herd in the western area were circling something, and Jojo immediately bound down and out of sight to control the chaos. I wasted no time getting in my car and driving down after them, keeping the doors locked, the window open to crack, and my speed at a decent crawl. As I came along the embankment that connects to the road, I saw Jojo running full sprint towards another deer. He knocked the rival over and contorted the body as it skidded across the grass and fell into the trail just ahead of my car. I knew I'm not supposed to, but I stopped the car and waited. In a choice between breaking the rules and breaking my car, I'll choose the former any day. The western herd deer under Jojo's command were gathering behind him, making horrific shrieks of terror. Jojo strode up and bowed his head again in front of the still contorted deer, antlers on full display and dripping with black blood. It was a clear threat. Do not come back here if you value your life. I started wondering how I had safely got this deer out of the way, or if I could mount the grass on the other side, and went around it when I saw something horrific unfold in front of me. The body twisted itself around and the limbs snapped to reset themselves. The head still cracked at an ugly angle, bones sticking out of the sides as it got onto shaking legs. When it screamed, it sounded as if its lungs were filled with blood, a horrible muted cry of anguish that backed up every other deer but Jojo. I don't know what was keeping this thing standing, but it let its head flop lazily around as it carefully backed away onto the eastern side of the reserve before bounding into the tree line as if nothing were wrong. My rational mind chalked it up to adrenaline and the instinct to survive, but it was impossible to shake the feeling that something was wrong. I carried on driving as soon as the deer was out of sight, not looking at Jojo or the others as I carried on down the trail. For the remaining few minutes, I felt unseen eyes staring intently at me until I crossed the threshold and back into civilization. I had never been more grateful to see other humans, or my bed. Something about the whole incident just took it out of me. As I slept that night, I had dreamed I was a deer alongside Jojo, frolicking in the herd and grazing peacefully. But as I cast my eyes upwards to the sky, a bitter chill on the wind, I saw the moon bathed in an almost purple plume, a strange light cast onto the land, and noises rustling from the woods opposite. I don't know how I knew this, but something in me instinctively knew we weren't supposed to go there. I saw shapes begin to emerge from the trees, and that same horrible shriek rang out as I woke up in a sweat. I leaned forward to catch my breath and grab a glass of water. As I changed positions to reach for my nightstand, I swear I heard the sound of something running up the trail to my house. I was probably still half asleep, but that didn't make it any more damn unnerving. I decided it would be best to drive out the next night and confront my concerns head on. If I'm not going to sleep soundly, then I should use my time wisely and document what I'm seeing. Maybe pass it to the rangers in the morning, right? When I drove back out there last night, the atmosphere was vastly different. A mist was enshrouding the trail, and the majority of the deer on the western side huddled together, shaking and staring intently at the other side of the nature reserve. I couldn't see Jojo anywhere. Strange, I thought. Alpha males patrol their herds dutifully. Why wasn't he there? I parked up at my usual spot, and making sure he wasn't around, I pulled out my binoculars again and stared at the eastern area, the clouds beginning to part as the moon shone through. There was movement all along the tree line as shapes began emerging one by one. I think it took my mind a moment to process what I was seeing. I had finally seen the deer on the eastern side, but they were wrong. Very, very wrong. Standing on their hind legs and taking confident, awkward steps. They marched out of the trees with their heads craned to the sky, all of them emitting that horrible sound like their heads were being held under water as they screamed. It reverberated in my ears and made my skin break out in goosebumps. There were dozens of them, maybe a couple of hundred. Some were dragging a structure out with them, others hauling a writhing shape I couldn't quite see. They congregated in a small huddle, the center of which was obscured from my vision. I looked over to Jojo's herd and saw the fear in their eyes, so many of them shaking and their teeth bared. A primal fear we humans have largely lost in the safety of being the dominant species. But this night showed me that we are not as powerful as we think we are. As the huddle broke away and began walking again towards the edge of their field, I saw what they had been huddled around. Jojo. He was still alive, but barely moving and breathing heavily. His eyes glazed over. When he began to come, he started shrieking like a fawn. It was unnerving. They dragged him to the structure, a primitive set of steps with a hollowed-out hole in its center, coated in a thick substance on the sides, just large enough for Jojo to be thrown into. I watched these things, these not deer, use their front hooves to hoist him up and into the hole. His screaming was incessant the entire time. They stood around it, their necks cracked as they stared at the moon and shrieked. I looked up with them, wondering if what they sought was up there in the skies, a kind of primitive god for these creatures. I should have known better, of course. Whatever god these not deer prayed to, it didn't reside up above. No, it lurked deep below. A low groan called out in response. It possessed the same blood-filled lungs these monstrosities had, and Jojo's deer huddled closer together at its roar. Jojo had stopped moving, his crying completely gone, as the not deer too fell silent and formed a circle around their altar, snorting in unison. It grew to a fever pitch before something began dragging Jojo from beneath, ripping at his limbs and pulling until a horrific squelch indicated the top had separated from the bottom. The hole spurted out blood and chunks of deer as the not deer celebrated, danced in the rain, and feasted on the pieces. One final roar rang out from the unseen creature. It shook the ground, and I felt my balance waver for just a moment, steadying myself on the car. I know I should have booked it out of there, but I was desperate to understand what I was seeing, rationalizing that perhaps this was a bizarre art piece, maybe a protest from an animal rights group, or even a bunch of edgy satanic teens. But that rational voice in my head grew very, very quiet when I grabbed my binoculars to look again. Every single one of them was staring up at me, emotionless, black eyes fixated on my position. I didn't wait any longer. I drove out of there at a breakneck pace, not looking at either side of the park on my exit, and damn near coming off the road with the lack of traction. As I got to the archway, my tires smashing against the grate, I had inadvertently attracted the forest ranger on duty. He pulled me over and walked up to my window, a friendly smile on his face. You know there's a speed limit there for a reason, right, son? Yeah, I'm sorry. I got a little spooked. I smiled back. Nerves shot to hell. He raised an eyebrow. You didn't break one of our rules now, did you? Oh, no. I kept to them. It's just, well, Jojo got attacked by the eastern deer, and I don't think he's doing well. It was just a shock to take in. I figured telling a half-truth would be best. Couldn't exactly say what I thought I had really seen now, could I? That's so. Well, they make their choices carefully. We don't know much, but we do know not to interfere. This is how it's always been. Animals have strange practices. You get how it is, but so long as they didn't look at you, you're fine. Deer remember faces after all. Thanks for visiting. Drive safely. He smiled again and tipped his hat before walking off to his station. My blood ran cold, and I couldn't get those words out of my head on the entire drive home. But so long as they didn't look at you, you're fine. I have not stepped outside my house since last night. I live in a remote part of the village, and while I enjoy the privacy, it's been a hotbed for strange noises and unsettling emotions. Everywhere I go in my home, I feel like I'm being watched by those same vacant eyes. What happens now? What happens to those they look at? I can't get their eyes out of my head, and I can't sleep worth a damn either. This isn't going to end until I figure out what they want. I wish I had more for you. I wish I could tell you what the not deer were, what they prayed to, why they sacrificed, what the ranger knew. But there are so many unknowables that it makes my head spin. It's just like being deep in the woods. So many twists and turns, you never know which is the right path to take, and what danger lurks behind every tree. I don't know what the deer are doing. I don't know what is going on at that park. But if you value your life, you'll stay far, far away from it. And whatever monster they are praying to. "20-year-old Kelly Berg Dove lived with her 4-year-old daughter in Bridgewater, Virginia. She was a popular young woman. Not a single soul in all of Bridgewater seemed to have a bad word to say about her. Least of all her loving husband, who she'd been romantically involved with since they were both high school sophomores. She also made a point of keeping in touch with her mother and sisters, almost every single day. All in all, Kelly was about as wholesome a person as you're ever likely to find, and even found the time to work night shifts at a local gas station to help support her family. They weren't exactly strapped for cash, but Kelly valued the idea of making a contribution that would allow them a taste of the finer things in life, as well as squirreling a little of her paycheck away each month for her daughter's college fund. But sometimes terrible things happened to the most wonderful of people. And on the night of June 18th, 1982, something was about to happen in the sleepy town of Bridgewater that would send shockwaves through the close-knit community. On the night in question, Kelly was working her usual night shift at Harrisonburg's Imperial gas station on South Main Street, Route 11. Kelly had gotten the job because her 3 sisters had either worked there in the past or were still currently employed by Imperial. The employer thought it would make the girls more accountable for their work, and he was right. Whenever one was sick or couldn't come into work, another would always take her place. And on this night in particular, Kelly was covering for one of her sisters for a little extra college money for her young daughter. Kelly's mom, Rachel, was also a very loving and attentive person, and would often call the gas station whenever one of her daughters was working to check if they needed any food or hot coffee brought over to help them through their shift. When Rachel spoke to Kelly that night, nothing seemed to be amiss. To her, it was just another average night at a mostly quiet gas station in rural Virginia. But little did she know, this would be the last time she would ever talk to her daughter, as the evening's events were about to take a rather dark and terrifying turn. At around 2:30 in the morning, long after Kelly's mom had retired to bed, Kelly apparently called the Harrisonburg police. The call was to inform them that she had been aggressively harassed by a guy she had described as improperly dressed. It seems Kelly was far too polite to describe what this male customer actually did in any kind of detail, but it's safe to assume that the implied meaning was that he had exposed himself to her. Just a few minutes after this first call, Kelly called again, this time pleading with the dispatcher for a patrol unit to be sent to the gas station. The same man that had apparently exposed himself was calling the station to make obscene threats, and it seems that Kelly was growing anxious, as she believed he was willing to follow through with them. The dispatcher promised to get a unit out to her as soon as possible, and that she should hang tight. However, just moments after the second call ended, Kelly called 911 yet again. Only this time, she was in a complete panic. With a voice that was dripping with fear, she demanded to know how far away the responding police officers were, as the same deranged customer had apparently returned and was sitting in a silver or gray Ford that was parked in the gas station's forecourt. The last thing the 911 dispatcher heard was Kelly screaming that the man had just gotten out of the vehicle and was heading towards the gas station's main building. She then slammed the phone down, apparently preparing to defend herself. The cops rushed over to the Imperial gas station, expecting to arrive to a violent assault in progress. But to their bemusement, when they arrived at the gas station, the place was as quiet as the grave. They searched the entire site, but Kelly was nowhere to be found. All that remained was her purse. There were no signs of any kind of violent struggle, no indications the store had been robbed, but there were also no clues as to where Kelly was. It was as if she simply vanished into thin air. What's clear is that if the suspect was armed, he could have forced Kelly into his vehicle in just a matter of seconds. Kelly's family believed this to be the case, as they insist that any attempt by an unarmed man to grab her and shove her into their vehicle would have resulted in Kelly fighting back vigorously. The police investigation that followed led officers to a nearby convenience store, where a clerk informed them that he had been visited by a man driving a gray vehicle about a half an hour before Kelly's disappearance. The clerk told them that the man was aged between 20 to 25 years old and had blonde, shoulder-length hair. This might seem like an obvious lead, but the cops were unable to track down this man, so no connection between him and Kelly's apparent abduction could ever be made. The police then interviewed Kelly's 3 sisters, who were also employed by the gas station. They were shocked to hear that the obscene kind of phone calls that Kelly had received that night were commonplace, but that no one had ever acted on them, believing them to be from some harmless old pervert whose bark was louder than his bite. They also didn't entirely believe that the man that had harassed Kelly that night was the same person making the phone calls, as there didn't seem to be anything overly threatening about the lewd calls, while the driver of the silver or gray Ford was obviously aggressive enough to show up to the gas station in person. Yet after news hit that one of the gas station girls had apparently been abducted, the phone calls seemed to stop entirely for a while, only resuming around 6 weeks later, when this apparently harmless old perv called and made lewd comments to one of the gas station's new hires. This could well be because whoever was making the calls simply wasn't involved in the abduction and didn't want to implicate themselves as a suspect in such a violent and disturbing crime. But it could also be because the same person who made the calls was satisfied with abducting Kelly and didn't feel the need to make another call, not until the same hunger resurfaced in them around a month and a half after the fact. When local media outlets contacted Kelly's parents regarding their daughter's disappearance, they gave a rather shocking answer to some very probing questions. When asked if they had any idea who might have kidnapped or harmed their daughter, and if this person might be a member of the local community, Kelly's parents unequivocally answered in the affirmative. Although the police had asked them not to publicly speak the man's name, they believed her abductor had been someone Kelly had gone to high school with, someone who had a long history of indecent exposure and making obscene telephone calls, and according to Kelly's sister, also drove a silvery gray Ford. But surely if Kelly had known the man personally, even just by association, she would have named him in one of the 3 911 calls she made, leading up to her abduction. But it's also very possible that this person had either obscured their face somehow, or Kelly had simply not recognized him, given that they had both graduated some time ago. There's also the possibility that Kelly was so terrified that she just failed to mention the man by name during one of those calls. Either way, the police obviously found the possibility of this man being the culprit so plausible that they asked Kelly's parents not to use his name publicly. Yet despite this, he was never charged with any crime, as there was simply not enough evidence to attempt any kind of conviction. There were several other suspects in the case, and authorities were sure to question all of them. But at a time when CCTV cameras and DNA evidence were still just technological pipe dreams, actually placing a suspect at the scene that night was all but impossible. For all intents and purposes, the person who showed up at the Imperial gas station that night is a ghost. Someone who showed up, bundled Kelly Berg Dove into a vehicle, and then seemingly vanished themselves. Barely a trace of either of them was left behind. Merely a purse and a vehicle description. Far too little for the cops to go on to secure a suspect. Kelly or her body. Almost 40 years later, what happened that night remains almost a total mystery, with Kelly being declared legally deceased by local authorities. Despite her family pouring money into private investigators to try and find out exactly what happened, they are no closer to getting any solid answers as they were almost 4 decades ago. The only truth we have of that night is the terrifying reality that Kelly went to work that night, not suspecting a thing, and ended up encountering someone that caused her to vanish from the face of the earth. And that, horrifyingly enough, is something that could happen to each and every one of us. I am sure you have all heard of the Wilhelm scream. You may not have heard of it, but you almost definitely would have heard the scream itself. It often rears its head in some of our most popular movies. It makes an appearance in the Star Wars films and even appears in The Lord of the Rings. The now famous scream is now deeply ingrained in our movies and our culture. That a lot of people know the sound, but they probably don't know how or when it originated. Its first use was in the 1951 movie titled Distant Drums. But what if it didn't actually originate from that film? What if the scream actually had a lot darker origin? Quite a number of years ago now, I was a young actor, and I actually managed to appear in a few feature films. I was only around the age of 9 when my acting career was in its prime. I had been the supporting actor in 3 quite well-known movies, and was on track to becoming a household name. It was on the set of my 4th film that everything changed. I lost my career because of what I discovered. And worse, I lost my innocence. I won't say the name of the film that I was working on when I discovered this secret, but I will say that it was one of those generic family comedies that was filled with a couple of big-name actors. I was cast in the role of the youngest son in the quirky family, and this was the movie that was supposed to launch me into stardom. I was already being recognized, and most people would probably know who I was if they saw me, but no one really knew my name, and this was the movie that was supposed to change that, and had only shot 1 complete scene, when it happened. The day that I found the tape. I can't remember exactly what Stan's job was on set, but I had seen him running around the set each day that I was there. He always had his hands full and would be doing a quick little half jog to deliver whatever he was holding to the right person. I don't think I ever saw him without a script or a prop in his hands, and I didn't ever see him when he wasn't out of breath from the endurance run he would have to do around the set. The other thing I remember about Stan was that he was notoriously forgetful. You would often see him run across the set, stop midway to his destination, turn around, and then when he would reappear, he would be holding something extra that he had forgotten about. I later found out that Stan had actually been fired from a previous film for forgetting to take a movie script with him, and he left it sitting on a table in a busy coffee shop. That's the sort of man he was. Forgetful, but also hardworking. I liked Stan, and one thing I do recall is his warm smile and his kind words that he would say to me whenever he would see me on set. On the third day I was on set, just after filming had wrapped, I saw Stan jog through the set, down a small corridor that was in the studio, and enter a small room that joined onto the corridor. My parents were always on set with me, but I saw they were busy with a producer, so I decided to follow Stan to this small room. I don't really know why I followed him. I didn't know him that well, but something about him made me feel comfortable, and so I decided that I would go and say goodbye to him before I left the studio that day. I walked down the small corridor and entered the room that I had seen him enter. He was no longer inside. My immediate thought was that he had forgotten something and so had left to retrieve it, and that he would be back here soon. I decided to wait in the room until his return. I looked around the room and saw a large number of television screens. The screens were stacked 4 high and were also 4 across, 16 screens in total. There also appeared to be some sort of control desk located just underneath a large collection of monitors. Me, being only 9 years old at the time, became interested in the amount of expensive equipment in front of me, and so walked over to the desk and sat down in the single chair that was living in front of the desk. On the desk was a number of video players and what appeared to be some sort of editing equipment. In front of them was the video players. There was just one black tape. I guess I assumed that maybe it was a tape from that day's shooting, or maybe a tape from a previous day. I remember picking it up, looking at the front of it, and seeing a small piece of masking tape stuck to the front. Written on the white piece of masking tape in thin black marker was the word Wilhelm. I didn't know what this meant, and it didn't seem to relate to the movie that we were filming. Curious, I decided to insert the tape into the video player, and once I did, static appeared on the screen for a moment before the video began to play. The video that started to play was shot in black and white, and the footage was quite grainy. It looked like it had been filmed a number of years ago. The video depicted a shirtless man that was tied to a chair, his face filled with terror and pain. It started by focusing on this bound man, but then a voice came from the camera. "Okay, Wilhelm, we are going to try this one more time," the faceless voice said. It was a higher-pitched, nasally voice that seemed excited about something, as he was speaking quite enthusiastically. "And action," the voice said, still from off-camera. Just as he said the word action, there was a loud crack, and the man tied to the chair let out a loud howl of pain. I don't think my 9-year-old self knew exactly what had happened, but now when I think back to the tape, I realize the man bound in the chair had been whipped. The man's screams will forever be ingrained into my mind. It was a scream of intense pain and suffering. It didn't last long, but the intensity of the scream is something that I wish I never heard. Obviously, though, the scream wasn't intense enough for the faceless voice, as once the man finished screaming, he said, No, that's not good enough, Wilhelm. I know it. You know it, and the audience is going to know it. I want a scream of someone in real pain, in real terror. A scream that will live on in infamy, and you are going to give it to me. Again." Another crack could be heard, and once again, the man in the chair, who it seemed was called Wilhelm, let out another scream of pain, this time louder than the previous one. It was still not good enough, though, as the man off camera soon explained. "That was better, Wilhelm. It really was, but still, it is just not quite good enough. You need to dig deep and give me a proper scream. Imagine you are in pain. You are suffering, which in your case should be quite easy to do. You need to turn your animalistic instincts and give me a ferocious, primal scream. I know you can do it. You just need to dig deep. Again," the voice said, this time sounding slightly agitated, but still excited. This time, after the word again was spoken, there wasn't another loud crack sound. Instead, I saw something swiftly cross the screen, and then suddenly, a large slash appeared across Wilhelm's chest. Blood began to form along the large gash and then started to run down his chest and towards his lap. Wilhelm let out his loudest scream yet, a scream of pure pain, which could curdle the blood of anyone that heard it. I know that it certainly sent shivers down my spine. When Wilhelm finished his scream, he began to sob, but still didn't say anything. Again, the only one speaking was the enthusiastic voice from behind the camera. "You're almost there, Wilhelm, almost. You are so close, but there is something not quite right. This scream is the conclusion to my masterpiece, so it needs to be haunting, confronting, and memorable. I can guarantee that if you manage to produce the scream that I want, then you will be known. You will be famous. And that's what you want, isn't it, Wilhelm?" I heard the voice say. Wilhelm didn't answer the question that had been asked of him, but instead, he continued to sob, possibly out of fear, but mainly in pain. He sat in the chair, ropes tied around his wrists and ankles, his head facing down towards his lap, where his blood was beginning to pool. The voice spoke again, this time only saying one word. "Action!" As soon as the word left his mouth, I saw something blur across the screen. The blur turned out to be an arrow that flew across the screen and found itself wedged into Wilhelm's chest, right near his heart. Wilhelm let out one final scream before his lifeless body slumped forward in the chair. He let out the familiar scream, the sound of the now famous Wilhelm scream. Once Wilhelm had finished his dying scream, the faceless voice had just one more word to say. "Perfect." After the final word had been said, static once again returned to the screen. The tape had finished, and the younger me was left staring at the screen, unsure of how to process exactly what I had just seen. "You weren't supposed to see that, kid," a voice from behind me said. I quickly spun myself around, unsure of who was behind me, unsure of what they would do to me because of what I had just discovered. I turned around and saw the familiar, sweaty face of Stan. He was looking down at me. A look of worry spread across his face. "I am really sorry that you had to see that. I knew that I shouldn't have just left the tape lying around," Stan said apologetically. He seemed sincere, and it seemed that he wasn't going to cause me any harm from what I had just witnessed. I didn't know what to say back to him, and so I opted to remain silent. Stan spoke again. "I guess another person now knows the true origin of the scream. Not many know it, and they are trying their best to keep it that way." I didn't exactly know who "they" was, but it seemed that some people were aware of the true origin of the scream, and they definitely didn't want the secret getting out. Somehow, though, a 9-year-old had stumbled across this dark secret. I stayed silent for a moment longer before I managed to ask one question. "If that was real, then why would they keep using the sound in movies?" I asked Stan. "Well, that's the funny thing about the Wilhelm scream. No one actually includes it in their movies. It just appears. No one knows that their movie is going to include that horrible sound until the premiere of the film. It's just there, in the middle of the film. Some think that someone in the editing department inserted it into the film, but not me. I have my own theory. I think it is Wilhelm's final call for help, his final plea to be heard. He devoted his life to a film, and so he wants to be recognized for it. He is making himself heard, and is making himself a star. Of course, that's just my theory. I don't think anyone really knows exactly why it appears in so many movies, but that's just what I like to think. After that, I was promptly fired from the movie. I guess the word must have gotten out that I now knew the truth behind the scream, and I guess they thought I knew too much. I never recovered from that firing, and my career as an actor was now a thing of the past. I have lived with the truth for many years, but I believe that it is now time to share what I know. I want others to know. I want Wilhelm to receive the acknowledgement he deserves. He did, after all, give his life for the sound. So a few years ago, a bunch of my friends and I planned this getaway to a remote cabin that one of my buddy's cousins owned. The cabin was so deep in the woods, there weren't even any roads leading to it. You had to park miles away and hike for 3/4 of a day just to get there. The whole thing sounded like an adventure. The kind of trip you tell stories about for years, right? Unfortunately, I couldn't leave with the rest of the group because of my work. They all headed out early, leaving me to hike up later by myself. The downside to this, it meant that I would have to spend one night alone in the woods. Not that bad, right? How bad could it be? A solo campout sounded kind of relaxing, to be honest. By the time I got to where I planned to set up camp, the sun was dipping below the trees, and the sky was that hazy purple that's neither day nor night. The spot I found was a small clearing, maybe 40 feet across, surrounded by thick woods. I set up my little one-person tent, got a fire going, and did all the usual camping stuff. Roasted a couple hot dogs. I made a couple s'mores, trying not to set myself on fire in the process. It was peaceful for the most part, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I know people say that all the time, but when you're so vulnerable in the middle of the woods at night, alone, it's probably a feeling that just comes along with that. I told myself it was just my nerves, though. The woods are full of animals, after all. As the night wore on, that uneasy feeling didn't go away. I kept hearing rustling noises just beyond the firelight. At first, I thought it was just a deer or something, maybe a raccoon. But as I sat there, I realized that whatever it wasn't moving randomly. The sound was circling the clearing over and over, like it was checking me out. I tried to ignore it, but after hearing it make several laps, curiosity, or maybe stupidity, got the better of me. I grabbed my flashlight and stood up, shining it towards the noise. As soon as I stood, the rustling sound stopped. It was dead silent. Then, I thought I heard something dart away through the trees. Must have been a fox or something. It's gotta be just some animal like that. It's just an animal. Animals do get curious, right? That's normal. Feeling foolish, I put out the fire and crawled into my tent. The air was cold, and the sleeping bag wasn't doing much to keep me warm. I lay there for what felt like forever, drifting in and out of that half-asleep, half-awake state, where your mind plays tricks on you. Weird noises don't faze me much in that state. I've heard my fair share of phantom whispers and bumps in the night. But then, I did hear something that jolted me wide awake. It was not in my head this time. It was not an animal. It was a voice, and it was not far away. My heart started hammering in my chest. The voice was low, barely above a whisper, and it was coming from just outside my tent. I couldn't tell if it was in another language or what it was, or whoever it was just spoke in a way that twisted the words beyond recognition. Either way, it sent a chill through me so sharp, it felt like ice water in my veins. I didn't dare move a muscle. I just lay there, tense, listening. The voice kept going, rhythmic and soft, like it was reciting something over and over. I couldn't make out a single word of it. Then, in the moonlight filtering through the thin tent fabric at the top, I saw a hand. It pressed against the tent. I bolted upright with a gasp, adrenaline surging like I had been shocked with a live wire. The hand disappeared instantly, and whoever it was took off running. I have never heard someone run that fast. They tore through the woods and the branches like they were snapping them all as they hit them. I scrambled out of my tent, clutching my flashlight like it was a weapon. I was shining it around everywhere. Nothing. Not a shadow, not a trace of anything. Just the silent woods staring back at me. I turned to the tent, expecting to see a bloody handprint or something ridiculous. But there was nothing there. At that point, I knew there was no way I was going to sleep tonight. I sat by the cold remains of the fire, flashlight in my hand, jumping at every noise the forest made. It dragged on forever that night, each minute stretching like an hour or more. I thought about packing up and just hiking to the cabin right then, but the trail was dangerous enough during the day. At night, alone, it definitely wasn't worth the risk. The first rays of sunlight were the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. As soon as it was light enough to see the trail, I was gone. The hike to the cabin was brutal, but I didn't care. I'd never been so happy to see other people as I was when I finally stumbled into that clearing and saw the cabin. My friends were sitting on the porch, laughing and joking. They had no idea what I just went through. When I told them, their smiles faded. I expected them to just make fun of me. But one of them said, "You're just messing with us, right?" "Do I look like I'm messing with you?" I snapped, still jittery. One of the guys, the cousin who owned the cabin, exchanged a look with another one of my friends. "You should have told him, man," he said in his low voice. "Told me what?" I demanded. They hesitated before finally explaining. A couple years ago, there was a homeless man that lived in the woods near the cabin. They saw him every now and then, and he seemed like a recluse. He wasn't right in the head, as they put it. And one day, they just never saw him again. They figured he must have died somewhere in those trees, but his body was never found. Ever since, people had reported strange things, whispers, figures that they thought they seen at night. I laughed, but it came out shaky. "Oh, well, that's just great. Yeah, I really appreciate the heads up," I said. They did not laugh. Every night for the past week, Maddie had woken her parents with loud sobs. At first, they rushed to her room, frantic, thinking something terrible had happened. But every time, she would just point down the dark hallway, trembling, her tear-streaked face pale as a ghost. "She's here again," Maddie whispered through her sobs. "The old lady that lives across the street, she's here. She's in the hallway. She was just standing there. Right there." Her parents looked at each other, equal parts concern and exhaustion. "Maddie," her mom said gently, kneeling beside her bed. "It's just a bad dream. Mrs. Porter would never come into our house. She's a nice lady. She's lived there for a long time." Maddie shook her head violently. "No, she was here, I swear. I swear I'm not lying." Her dad sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Honey, you've been stressed lately. Trying to get your homework done, the girls at school. It's probably just night terrors. We'll talk to somebody about it, okay? It'll be fine." But Maddie would not let it go. And every night, like clockwork, she would wake them up again, crying, pointing out to the dark hallway. A few times her dad did search the house just to make sure, but all the doors were locked. Everything was in place. Her mom and dad tried everything, leaving her door open, closed, keeping a nightlight on, even sleeping on the couch nearby. But Maddie's sobbing never stopped. Finally, after another sleepless night, her parents decided to speak with Mrs. Porter. The elderly woman was sitting on her porch the next morning, wrapped in a shawl, sipping tea. Her garden, as always, was immaculate. Not a single weed in sight. "Good morning, Mrs. Porter," Maddie's mom said as they walked up the driveway. We wanted to ask you about something. It's going to sound a bit unusual." Mrs. Porter's wrinkled face lit up with a kind smile. "Oh? What's that, dear?" "Maddie," her mom hesitated, glancing at her husband. "Our daughter has been saying that she sees you in our house at night. She's convinced that you've been there multiple times and that you just stand there and look at her in the dark. Of course we know that's not true, but we just wanted to check in." Mrs. Porter blinked and then laughed softly. "Me? In your house? Heavens no, I can barely manage to climb my own stairs, let alone sneak into someone else's home." Her laugh was warm, reassuring. It was the kind of laugh that made you feel silly for even asking such a question. The parents apologized for the odd inquiry, and Mrs. Porter waved it off with a smile, inviting them to come by for tea anytime. By the time they walked back to their house, they were feeling much better, and they knew they needed to get a hold of somebody to help Maddie. A specialist of some kind. That night, Maddie's cries came again, louder and more desperate than ever. Her parents groaned, dragging themselves out of bed and into her room once again. "Maddie, we talked to Mrs. Porter today," her mom said firmly. "She's never been in our house. You're just dreaming, baby." Maddie was sitting up in bed, clutching her blanket tightly. Her face was soaked with her tears. Her whole body was trembling. "It's not a dream." She pointed a shaking finger toward the far corner of the room. "She's in my closet right now. She's standing right there." Her dad sighed deeply, frustrated but trying to stay calm. "Maddie, I'm going to settle this once and for all." He turned to the closet, his heavy footsteps echoing in the tense silence. "There's nothing in there," he muttered, grabbing the handle. "Just your clothes, some toys. Look!" He swung the door open and froze. His breath caught in his throat. Standing in the closet, barely illuminated by the sliver of moonlight streaming through the window, was Mrs. Porter. Her face was blank at first, like a statue, her eyes fixed on him. Then, slowly, her mouth stretched into an impossibly wide grin, and she began to hysterically laugh. Maddie screamed as her mother quickly carried her out of the room. Her dad, in complete shock, slowly backed away from the closet door toward the open bedroom doorway. As he exited the room, he slowly closed the door, Mrs. Porter unmoving and laughing the whole time. My life is crap, but only from 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. I am an engineer specializing in sewerage systems. There are 1,100 miles of sewers under this city. It's a system that was designed way back in the 1800s when there were only 2.5 million backsides to deal with. There are almost 9 million now. So, it's not a surprise that things go wrong. And that's where I come in. It is not a glamorous job, but it means I can have a fantastic lifestyle. I rent a spacious flat in a desirable location, drive a sports car, and enjoy weekends away in boutique hotels. Loving this way, I am hopelessly overextended on my finances. But as long as the monthly wage keeps coming in, then let the credit good times roll. In the evenings or on a weekend, out in a wine bar or a restaurant, I favor bespoke, tailored double-breasted suits and immaculate handmade Italian shoes. I look very different when I am working. I was wearing my usual steel-toe capped boots, a boiler suit, goggles, and a hard hat with a torch attached. Sometimes I have on waterproofs, but wading knee or even waist-high and slow-flowing. In places of solid feeling, effluence is high on my list of things to avoid. By careful use of service tunnels and walkways, the knowledge of which has been passed on from generation to generation of engineers, and a little help from maps, I can usually avoid this. It was a Monday morning, around 11, and I was a quarter of a way through a 4-mile walk to check the repairs on a tunnel, which had collapsed a few weeks before, and I was holding up. I was passing under a railway station, and the sound of wheels on tracks rumbled overhead like an unseen storm. The only light came from my head torch. I know it sounds strange to say this, but I felt at home here. It is a dank, dark, disgustingly odorous place, but it is my place, my world. If you put me in an office with desktops and phones, whiteboards and meeting spaces and water coolers, I think I would come out in a cold sweat. These sewerage tunnels were my workplace. I paused for a break, ate an energy bar, and sipped a little fruit juice. I calculated I was about halfway to my destination and entered a new service tunnel. I can't give you a certain opinion of what caused the accident. I had been this way before. I knew what I was doing. The tunnel floor simply collapsed beneath me. Hundreds of years simply took their toll on the bricks and mortar that had been used to construct the tunnel, would be my expert guess. I was not considering any of this as I fell. My senses were in a daze. I tumbled through the space that had opened up, fell for what must only have been seconds, but felt like much longer, and landed in a heap. A hard landing. A jolt of pain ran up my spine. It helped take my mind off the fact that I was sitting in freezing cold wetness. My left wrist stung like hell as well. I had put my hand out automatically as I fell. I cursed, held my wrist to my chest. It's broken, I thought, and cursed some more. The impact had also knocked my head torch off, and I was sitting there in darkness. Praying it was not wrecked, I reached up with my uninjured arm and toggled the switch, breathed a sigh of relief when the yellow beam shone out. I saw that I was in a small chamber. I assumed it predated the sewerage system. Wherever here was, the tunnels had been built over it, which meant I was the first person to see this chamber in hundreds of years. That I was in uncharted territory. That was not what bothered me. Right next to me was a human skull. It was complete, even had a full set of teeth. The torchlight gave the bone a yellow tint as I focused the beam on it. As I moved the torch, a jumble of bones that lay next to the skull were illuminated. I swallowed down the bile that had risen into my mouth and now moved the torch in a complete arc across the chamber floor. Dozens of separate bones and fragments of bones showed in the light. There were jaws, bones that had once been part of arms and legs, a section of rib cage, and cracked in half skull. I must have landed, I realized, in what had once been a burial ground. Any coffins, if there had been coffins, had long since rotted away in the centuries since this place had been built over. I was just starting to get my breath back when I noticed one of the jawbones moved, rippling as if it was on the crest of a wave. The broken rib cage rocked. Then I saw what was really happening. There were rats among the bones. I think the beam of my torch must have startled them into hiding, but now they were emerging, sniffing, twitching, clamoring over the bones. They were at least a foot long, and there were dozens of them I could now see. You get used to rats working down in the sewers. Some of them big SOBs like these, but still, my heart was beating 10 to the dozen as I watched these feral, filthy creatures mingling with the human remains. I told myself to get a grip. I was down, but not out. If any of them came near me, I would lash out with a steel-toe-capped boot. My pep talk was barely over when it emerged from a crevice in the chamber wall, a creature unlike any I had seen before. From snout to tail, it must have been 2.5 feet long. Its eyes were red in the beam of my torchlight. Yellowed teeth glistened inside the dark line of its mouth. It turned its head slowly, one way, then the other, and the rest of the rats seemed to cower and back away. This was some kind of alpha, I figured, the boss rat. It began to move toward me, and I lost any semblance of being in control. The boss rat crept closer, closer. My bladder emptied, and I did not care as the disgusting warmth spread inside my boiler suit. I watched, transfixed, as the rat continued to inch toward me. Any moment now, it could sink those teeth into me. I was convinced of it. I wanted to scream. The rat paused. It began to sniff at the skull that was next to the jumble of bones that lay next to me. Then it fixed its teeth into the eye sockets of the skull and began to back away, began to drag the skull and the jumble of bones away from me. I felt a flood of relief, and then I saw with a new horror that this was still a whole skeleton, totally unlike the other partial remains of a jawbone here, a tibia there. I watched as a skull with its teeth connected to the spine, rib cage, pelvis, with the complete bones of legs and arms. Finally, the skeletal form of 2 feet was dragged along the ground in front of me. Finally, the boss rat reached the far wall of the chamber. It could go no further with its treasure unless it dragged it back into the crevice with it, and stood there. I swear to God, it was staring at me, warning me off. "These are my bones," it was saying. I could take no more. I got to my feet nice and slow, and the rats just watched. I managed to drag myself up out of the chamber. It took me most of the rest of the day to stumble back along the service tunnels and walkways. I was close to passing out when I was found by a search party. I emerged from the sewers in a traumatized state, and weeks later, am still a mess. I am currently signed off sick from work, and am seeing a counselor. My bosses are insisting on this because of the trauma. With all my credit repayments, I can't afford to lose this job, so I am going along with this, saying what I think the counselor wants to hear, and agree with everything they say. The counselor believes I have a phobia of rats caused by the shock of my experience. They told me this was called suriphobia. I nodded along and agreed to the recommended course of treatment. I don't want to tell them what my real fear is, and I will never tell them the last thing I saw down there in the chamber, beneath the sewers. On the whole skeleton, the boss rat was protecting so fiercely, there were wisps of pink flesh. My real fear is not one of rats, but phagophobia, the fear of being eaten. When I was 7, I woke up one night with a throbbing earache. It was the kind of pain that makes it impossible to go back to sleep, no matter how hard you try. My mom always told me to wake her up if I didn't feel good, so I decided to get out of bed and tell her. I figured she would know what to do. Maybe she would give me some medicine or something, or maybe one of those warm washcloths she said helped with everything. I climbed out of bed, rubbing my ear, and shuffled towards the door. As soon as I opened it, though, I stopped in my tracks. Someone was sitting in the chair in the living room, just a few feet away from my bedroom door. At first, I figured of course it was my mom or my stepdad. They sometimes stayed up late watching TV, though the house was completely quiet, which was strange. The only light came from the faint glow of the street lamp outside, casting long, jagged shadows across the room. "Mom?" I whispered, my voice a little bit shaky. The person slowly shook their head. No. Mike?" I asked, hoping it was my stepdad. It had to be. Again, the person shook their head, slower this time, almost deliberately slow. Something about his movement sent a chill crawling up my spine. It wasn't just that they were answering me, it was the way they sat there, in the dark, completely still except for their head, which moved with this unnatural, jerky motion. The light from the street lamp wasn't enough to see anything clearly in the room, but I could tell something was off about this person. Their face didn't look right. It wasn't just dark, it was distorted, like someone had taken a photo of a face and smudged it with their thumb. The features didn't line up right. Too high, too low, too stretched. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the more I stared at this person, the more terrified I became. My heart was pounding, and I decided I didn't want to walk past whoever this was. I went back to my room and shut the door. I climbed back into bed. My plan was simple. Close my eyes, pretend none of it happened, and wait until morning. But I could not shake the image of that figure in the chair. Something about the way they sat, silent. It burrowed itself into my brain and would not go away. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination, or maybe I'd seen a shadow and made it seem like it was something it wasn't. After all, I was only 7 years old. Kids do see things in the dark all the time that aren't there, right? I pulled the blanket up to my chin, squeezed my eyes shut, and just told myself to go to sleep. Go to sleep. Just go to sleep. I don't know how much time passed. Maybe a few minutes. Maybe longer. But I eventually opened my eyes. I really wish I hadn't. The figure was standing in my doorway. The light from the street lamp barely reached them, but I could see their outline perfectly. They were tall, taller than my mom or Mike. Their head was tilted to the side, like a dog that was confused. It looked like they were smiling, but I couldn't tell. Then, they just started nodding. The nodding was fast and jerky, like their neck was on a spring. It did not match their face at all. It was frantic, almost violent looking. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stared at them, completely frozen. This thing stood in my doorway, nodding furiously at me, like it was trying to tell me something that I couldn't understand. Finally, I managed to pull the blanket over my head. It was a stupid, childish thing to do, but what else could I do? I stayed like that, shaking and listening for anything, trying to hear if they were still in my room or not. The house was silent. Too silent. After what felt like an eternity, I peeked out from under the blanket. The doorway was empty. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I bolted out of bed and ran to my mom and Mike's room. They were still asleep, of course, snoring, completely unaware of the terror that just happened to me. I told them everything, and they just looked at each other and then back at me. Not sure if they took me seriously, but they told me to knock it off. Oh, great. Thanks a lot. The image of that distorted face was burned into my brain forever. I knew it was real, regardless if they didn't believe me. For a while, nothing else happened. I did start sleeping with my bedroom light on, which was difficult, but I got used to it. My mom and Mike thought that I had a vivid nightmare that night, and moved on. But I didn't move on. I could never stop looking over my shoulder, especially at night, even when I was not at home. And then, 2 weeks later, it happened again. And this time, I wasn't the one who saw it. I woke up to the sound of my mom screaming. I ran out of the room and found her in the hallway, clutching her chest. "What's wrong, Mom?" I cried. She pointed toward the living room. Mike was right behind me. The chair in the living room, the same one where I had seen the figure, was tipped over. "What happened?" Mike asked, frustration in his voice. "I saw someone," my mom whispered. "I swear there was someone sitting there. When I turned on the light, they were gone." Mike tried to convince her that it was just her imagination. I don't know why people always say this stuff. What is so hard to believe about it? Why are you so inclined not to believe someone when they experience something terrible? After that, we started locking all the doors and windows religiously. Mike even put up new locks on the front and back doors, but it didn't help. The figure kept coming back. Sometimes it was just a shadow in the corner of the room. Sometimes it was the faint sound of footsteps in the hallway. And sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night and feel like someone was standing right next to my bed. One night, Mike stayed up late, determined to catch whatever or whoever it was. He sat in the living room with a baseball bat, waiting. Around 2 a.m., he heard a faint rustling sound coming from the hallway. He tightened his grip on the bat and stood up. When he turned on the light, the hallway was empty. Or so he thought. When he looked back at the chair, it was rocking slowly, as if someone had just been sitting in it. Eventually, we couldn't take it anymore. We had to move. A few months later, it happened, and we left the memories and whatever was haunting it behind. Sometimes late at night, even in this new house, I think I still see a distorted face in the dark, nodding furiously. Maybe it's just a dream. Maybe not. Every time it happens, though, I wake up wondering if it's still here with us, waiting for something. Sonoma County, California, is one of the most agriculturally productive areas in the entire country. It produces a huge amount of hops, grapes, prunes, apples, dairy, and poultry products every single year. This is down to the vast swaths of fertile land, in addition to the abundance of high-quality irrigation water. In addition to the vineyards and wineries that call Sonoma home, one might mistake the county for being a little slice of paradise. But during the early 1970s, a series of horrifying events in the hills around Sonoma's largest city, Santa Rosa, would make this heavenly place seem more like a circle of hell. On February 4th, 1972, two middle school friends were returning from a visit to the Redwood Empire Ice Arena. Maureen Louise Sterling and Yvonne Lisa Weber, both 12 years old, were last seen around 9 p.m. hitchhiking on Guerneville Road, northwest of Santa Rosa. Neither of the girls arrived home that night. Their parents begged local authorities to find their girls, and find them they did. Their bodies were found December 28th, just a few miles north of Franz Valley Road. A single earring, orange beads, and a 14-karat gold necklace with a cross were found at the scene. The cause of death could not be determined from the skeletal remains. Then, just a month later, 19-year-old art student Kim Wendy Allen was given a ride by two men on the evening of March 4th, 1972. They last saw her at approximately 5:20 p.m., hitchhiking to school and carrying a large wooden soy barrel with red Chinese characters on it. Her body was found the following day in an embankment in a creek bed. The two men who gave her a ride, one of whom was given and passed a polygraph test, were ruled out as suspects. This pattern of hitchhiker murders was repeated over and over again as the years went by, but only a handful had a modus operandi that matched the previous murders. One in particular had an extremely disturbing additional detail that may shed some light on who the murderer or murderers were. Carolyn Nadine Davis, 14 years old, ran away from her home outside Anderson in Shasta County on February 6, 1973, but disappeared July 15th after being dropped off by her grandmother at the Garberville post office. She was last seen hitchhiking that afternoon near the highway in Garberville. Her body was discovered on July 31st, just meters from where the remains of Sterling and Weber had been recovered 7 months prior. However, this time, the cause of death could be determined, and coroners stated that it was an obvious cause of strychnine poisoning. 10 to 14 days before the body was discovered, a witchcraft symbol meaning carrier of spirits was found by her body. As was previously mentioned, an additional 8 unsolved murders of female victims have been linked to the unknown murderer. Yet not a single conviction has been handed down in connection with any of them. However, that doesn't mean that there aren't a few prevailing theories on the murderer's true identity. Kenneth Bianchi and Angelo Biono Jr., the Hillside Stranglers of Los Angeles, were seriously considered as suspects at one point. The Hillside Strangler murders began with the deaths of 3 sex workers who were found strangled and dumped naked on hillsides northeast of Los Angeles between October and early November 1977. It was not until the deaths of 5 young women who were not sex workers, but girls who had been abducted from middle-class neighborhoods, that the media attention and subsequent Hillside Strangler moniker came to prominence. However, there was insufficient evidence to link either Bianchi or Buono to the Sonoma County murders, so we must look elsewhere for conclusive proof. Another suspect in the case was Frederick Manali, a 41-year-old Santa Rosa junior college creative writing instructor. In August of 1976, Manali was involved in a fatal head-on collision on Highway 12. As CHP officers cleared the scene, they discovered something extremely disturbing. In addition to a large amount of creative writing work, police discovered that the instructor cultivated another form of creativity, drawing. But these weren't still life or landscape drawings. They were scenes depicting sadomasochistic acts committed on a young woman. Investigators were easily able to identify the woman in question from the quality of the sketches. It was Kim Wendy Allen, the second victim in the series of murders. Yet despite searches of Manali's home, investigators were unable to find a credible link between the sketches and murders themselves. Another suspect in the case was none other than the subject of a recent Netflix-made movie, Ted Bundy. After the prolific murderer's capture for similar crimes in Washington, Colorado, Utah, and Idaho, Ted Bundy was heavily suspected as the Sonoma County hitchhiker killer. The links between the naked bodies of the Sonoma victims and the extreme venereal nature of Bundy's crimes were obvious. It turned out that Bundy had indeed spent time in the neighboring Marin County, but was ruled out by a Sonoma County detective in the 1970s, and again in 1989. This was down to detailed credit card records that reveal Bundy was all the way up the coast in Washington state on the dates of some of the disappearances. An additional suspect in the murders is another famous name, the Zodiac Killer. Investigators were forced to consider the Zodiac Killer as a possible perpetrator due to similarities between an unknown symbol on his January 29, 1974 exorcist letter to the San Francisco Chronicle, in which he claims 37 victims, and the Chinese characters on the missing soy barrel carried by Kim Allen. Also, The Zodiac had written a letter delivered to the San Francisco Chronicle on November 9, 1969. In it, he stated an intention to vary his modus operandi in an attempt to confuse detectives and thus evade capture. I shall no longer announce to anyone when I commit my murders. They shall look like routine robberies, killings of anger, plus a few fake accidents, etc. Naturally, the consideration of the Zodiac Killer leads us to one Arthur Lee Allen. Allen owned a mobile home at Sunset Trailer Park in Santa Rosa at the time of the murders. He had also been fired from his Valley Springs elementary school teaching position for suspected child molestation in 1968. Allen was arrested on September 27, 1974 by the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office and charged with child molestation in an unrelated case involving a young boy. He pleaded guilty on March 14, 1975, and was imprisoned at Atascadero State Hospital until late 1977. This would indeed match the time period for some of the murders. What's more, Robert Graysmith, in his book Zodiac Unmasked, claims that a Sonoma County sheriff revealed that chipmunk hairs were found on all of the Santa Rosa hitchhiker victims, and that Allen had been collecting and studying the same species. It would be possible that, since the bodies were dumped outdoors, that a few chipmunk hairs might be present on one or two of them, but all of them seems like far more than just a coincidence. Allen was the main suspect in the Zodiac case for more than 30 years, until his DNA was compared to a partial DNA profile obtained from saliva recovered on the underside of a postage stamp and envelopes from verified Zodiac letters. Results were a conclusive non-match. Fingerprints and blood recovered from the taxicab of Zodiac murder victim Paul Stein, a writer's palm print found on the Zodiac letter of January 29, 1974, and handwriting examples failed to identify Allen as the Zodiac. In practice, this evidence would have exonerated Allen should he have ever stood trial for the charges. So we are essentially forced to look elsewhere for clues to the murderer's identity. But given that almost 50 years later, each murder remains distinctly clear just who was murdering hitchhikers in the hills around Santa Rosa, California. During the mid-19th century, the United States saw a sharp rise in the number of people who chose to leave their homes in the East to resettle in the California or the newly acquired Oregon territories. For many, a new life in California meant freedom from financial servitude, or freedom to practice their own particular brand of Christianity without judgment from their peers back east. Others were attracted to the West's new and exciting economic opportunities, or inspired by the idea of manifest destiny. But for one group of migrants, their pursuit of the American dream would quickly turn into a nightmare. One characterized by isolated mountain passes, freezing cold and stomach-twisting hunger. In the spring of 1842, a wagon train that was almost 500 strong headed out from Independence, Missouri, seeking to follow an established trail that would lead them to the promised land of California. Taking their place at the rear of the wagon train was a group of 9 wagons containing 32 members of the Reed and Donner families. The family patriarch, George Donner, had spent time in a number of eastern states before finally making the decision to move his family west. At first, heavy traffic on the trails leading eastward, as well as the large number of other travelers, meant that the journey is relatively easy. Traveling in the summer months could be hot and tiresome, but it paled in comparison with how difficult navigation during the winter would be. It was essential that the wagon train make as much ground as possible, while it was still possible. For winter was coming, and it would not be merciful. By the end of September 1842, an attempt at a shortcut had gone terribly wrong for the Donner Reed families. Seeking to overtake the Sierra Nevada mountains before the winter arrived, they had successfully traversed the Great Salt Lake Desert. But complications meant that they had in fact slowed themselves down by about a month. Lack of water in the harsh, dry desert had driven the party to near madness and caused casualties among its essential accompaniment of oxen and other cattle. Tensions among the party members were reaching breaking points. In the following month of October, many of wagons that made up the original party had gone their separate ways, either pushing on towards California or making their way back eastward. In the group that remained, 2 wagons became entangled, and a man by the name of John Snyder attempted to remedy the situation. He lacked patience and soon began mercilessly whipping one of the oxen. Soon, James Reed, the oldest and most senior member of the Reed family, attempted to intervene to stop the beating. But Snyder reacted furiously to the intervention and turned the whip in his hand towards Reed. A physical altercation ensued, one that was only ended when James Reed took out a long, steel Bowie knife and plunged it into Snyder's chest. Despite Reed's explanation of self-defense, the party members convened to decide his punishment. United States laws were not applicable west of the Continental Divide in what was then Mexican territory, and wagon trains often dispensed their own justice. Some suggested that Reed should hang for his crimes, but it was eventually decided that he should merely be banished from the wagon train, but on pain of death should he attempt to return. What was once a happy adventure into the West had become a vicious fight for survival. Grass was becoming scarce, and the animals were steadily weakening. To relieve the animals' load, everyone was expected to walk. The trials that the Donner Party had so far endured resulted in splintered groups, each looking out for themselves and distrustful of the others. In one incident of abject cruelty, an elderly man was ejected from the wagon he was reliant on for transport, being told that he had to walk or die. A few days later, the elderly man sat next to a stream, his feet so swollen they had split open. Some members of the party begged the others to wait for him, to show mercy to the party's weakest members, but the others refused, thinking only of themselves. The old man was not seen again. In the following weeks, attacks from the local Paiute Indian tribe were responsible for the party losing almost 40 of their cattle. This is extremely shocking for a number of reasons. Firstly, the Paiute tribe had first appeared friendly to the migrants, sharing supplies with them and even directing them onto trails that would take them westward. But at some point, the relationship had soured, and the people known for their respect and reverence of the natural world appeared to have no problem slaughtering the wagon train's animal accompaniment in an attempt to slow down or even stop the party dead in their tracks. With nearly all the cattle gone, one particular party member stopped to bury his wagon for safekeeping. 2 of his number stayed with him to help, but they returned without him, reporting they had been attacked by Paiutes, murdered and scalped. By the end of October, the party was forced to make camp around Truckee Lake in the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains. 3 widely separated cabins of pine logs served as their homes, with dirt floors and poorly constructed flat roofs that leaked when it rained. Of the 60 at Truckee Lake, 19 were men over 18 years old, 12 were women, and 29 were children, 6 of whom were toddlers or younger. Very little food remained in their supplies, and the oxen began to die. Their carcasses were frozen and stacked. Truckee Lake was not yet iced over, but the pioneers were unfamiliar with catching lake trout. The most experienced hunter among them killed a bear, but had little luck after that. Margaret Reed promised to pay double when they got to California for the use of 3 oxen from other families. She was charged $25, normally the cost of 2 healthy oxen, for the carcass of a single ox that had starved to death. The mood in the camp was beyond tense. People were only looking out for themselves by this point, but an incoming blizzard would be the straw that broke the mule's back. During the height of the snowstorm, a man named Patrick Dolan began to rant deliriously, stripped off his clothes, and ran into the woods. He returned shortly afterwards and died a few hours later. Not long after, some of the group began to eat flesh from Dolan's body. The next morning, the group stripped the muscle and organs from Dolan's body, then dried them to store for the days ahead, taking care to ensure nobody would have to eat his or her relatives. As the days went by, more and more of the party succumbed to their desperate hunger and made the decision to consume human flesh. Some were determined to continue hunting and fishing, only turning to cannibalism when there was no other option. But it appeared some preferred the taste of human flesh and eschewed the long and tiring hunting trips in favor of consuming those who died of disease and malnutrition. At one point, a scouting party, looking for the most efficient way ahead, came across 2 Miwok Indians named Luis and Salvador. They had once been party members, but had attempted to move on when the supplies had run low. At the time they were discovered, they had not eaten anything for 9 whole days, and were dangerously undernourished and weakened as a result. However, instead of attempting to rescue and save the lives of their Indian friends, one of the scouting parties simply shot them there and then before carving off chunks of their flesh with a hunting knife. On January 12th, the group stumbled into a Miwok camp looking so deteriorated that the camp's inhabitants initially fled, fearing them to be the spirits of undead souls who wandered the snow-capped mountain range. Once it was clear that they were in fact the survivors of a disastrous expedition, the Miwoks gave them what they had to eat: acorns, grass, and pine nuts, completely unaware that the group had murdered and eaten 2 starving members of their tribe. They were shaken, starving, and had arguably sold their souls to stay alive. But they were safe now. Relatively safe anyway. Reporting on the event across the U.S. was heavily influenced by the national enthusiasm for westward migration. In some papers, news of the tragedy was buried in small paragraphs, despite the contemporary tendency to sensationalize stories. Several newspapers, including those in California, wrote about the cannibalism in graphic, exaggerated detail. In some print accounts, the members of the Donner Party were depicted as heroes, and California a paradise worthy of significant sacrifices. But it seems that sacrificing one's family and friends, as well as losing one's humanity through consuming human flesh, might not be worth any prize, no matter how great. I grew up in a small town where everyone knew your business. When I was 9, my dad was arrested for driving under the influence. I found this out the next day from the kids in my class. 2 of them were from cop families. I was tormented by them afterward. I was told my mom was going to be a single parent because my dad was going to jail for years and years. I was told the local TV station would be sending a news crew around my house to film the moment when the police turned up and kicked in the door and dragged my dad away. I believed every word and burnt with shame and fear. I hardly slept. I couldn't eat. My parents did not tell me anything until a few weeks after the arrest. They didn't want to say anything to me, but when I broke down and told them what I had heard, they sat me down and explained. In the end, my dad lost his license and was fined. It was bad. but nowhere near as horrible as the tales the bullies had been force-feeding me, and I never got over it. When I was 17, I wrote a letter to a girl I was desperately in love with. I had never had a girlfriend and was too shy to speak to her, so I agonized for weeks over what I should write and felt sick with nerves when I finally left it in the mailbox outside her family's home. I don't know who got hold of it, but within days, there were photocopies everywhere. They were on lampposts, on the sides of buildings, the back of bus seats. I'd see groups of people standing around, reading them and laughing or making pretend puking gestures. Things I had written in the letter would be shouted at me in the street. I wanted to curl up and die. For everyone else, it was just great entertainment and another swell day in a small town. When I was 21, I left. I caught one of the buses that had been decorated with a copy of my letter and half expected to see it still there, stuck to the seat. As the bus pulled out, I vowed I would never return. I had fallen out badly with my parents by this stage as well. They couldn't understand why I was so adamant to get the hell away. They told me I was naive and would come crawling back. I did not plan to write to them or phone or email. I had also already deleted my social media accounts. They were pathetic anyway, and I had canceled my mobile phone contract. The past was dead to me. I had to put it out of its misery. And as the bus hit the interstate, I was looking forward to creating a whole new me in a brand new place. The only thing I knew for sure about the city I was heading for was that it was sprawling. Millions of people lived there. I figured there would be internet cafes or terminals I could use in a public library to help me find a job. I would need to do this pretty damn quick, as I only had a couple of $100s in my wallet for temporary accommodation and food. But I was confident, and I was buzzing. I had escaped. It was dark by the time the bus pulled up at the terminus. Feeling stiff and cold, I stepped out into a deserted, graffiti-strewn space. The displays on the stands showed no departures till the next morning. A coffee stall was shuttered, and the restroom had an out-of-order sign on it. Not the best introduction to city life, I thought. Then I headed out into the street. I looked around, hoping to spot a neon sign advertising accommodation for the night. All I saw were rows of buildings in darkness. I put my hands in my pockets and began to walk. It was not long before the streets widened out, and high-rise buildings began to appear. I passed clothes shops and restaurants, all locked up for the night. Sirens rose and fell in the distance. An occasional person passed by, their head down. I stopped and breathed in the cold air. I had arrived. I raised my arms into the air and called out a triumphant, "Yes!" just as a woman brushed past me. I hadn't seen her appear, and now she was walking away after bumping ever so slightly into me. I swore as I realized my pocket was empty, and my wallet was gone. "Hey!" I yelled. The woman didn't look back, didn't even hesitate. She was off and running down the sidewalk. "Police!" I called out. "I've been robbed!" The street was empty and silent, apart from me cursing as I set off in pursuit. I saw her veering off to the left, down a side street that led back in the direction of the bus station. I increased my pace. She was quick, but I was pumped with adrenaline and desperate. Without that money, I had nothing. She turned again behind the garage where the buses were parked, up and then onto wasteland. Twisted rebars sprouted from concrete. Whatever had once stood here had been demolished, and behind it, rows of dark buildings stretched out as far as I could see. Fragments of glass-lined empty window frames and tags were scrawled all over boarded-up doorways. I stumbled, almost falling as I caught my foot in a rut in the ground, spat and carried on. She had 30 seconds on me. "No way you're getting away from me," I said under my breath. Though, of course, she did. I had reached the end of the road I had been sprinting along. It split into two. Both ways were narrow and unsurfaced, and I had no idea which way she had gone down. I chose left. After 20 minutes of heading down more dark roads with no idea where they led, I had almost given up. But then I got lucky. I spotted her, the thief. She was standing in a doorway with a man from his hide and build. They were talking, and then she handed over money. My damn money. And he gave her a small packet in return. Drugs, I thought. Part of me wanted to go charging in there, take what was mine, and give them a piece of my mind. The part of me that was still thinking clearly was saying, hold back. What if the dealer was armed? A gun or a knife? It didn't matter. I was the one who would end up hurt. So I stayed put, watched and waited. A few minutes later, she moved off. The dealer lingered, talking into his mobile. Then he slipped away in a different direction. I was free to resume my pursuit. I ran in the direction the woman had gone and just caught sight of her as she went into a building, slipping through a gap on one side of a sheet of plywood nailed against a doorway. Got you, I thought, and followed. I squeezed through the gap and into a vast open space. She was a dozen feet away from me, just standing there, brazen as you like. I was about to lose it, begin screaming at her, when I realized with a start that a man was sitting in a wooden chair by the opening. His face was turned towards me. Where his eyes should have been were dark, empty sockets. I was breathless from the chase, and when I spoke, each word was caught within a gasp. Who are you? Why, I'm the doorman of this fine establishment, he replied without missing a beat. The what? I exclaimed. The person who decides who can stay and who will be asked to leave. As he said this, the woman came closer. Before, I had only made out an outline. I could now see that she was young, around my age. Strands of long hair had escaped from a woolen hat, and her clothes were torn and dirty. She put a hand on the eyeless man's shoulder and said, "What do you think?" "He sounds like he belongs here," the eyeless man replied. "I don't," I snapped. "I'm not scum living rough." "What exactly is your home address then, son?" the eyeless man asked. I began. A smile spread across the eyeless man's face. "You can stay here tonight. There's a little food we can share, shelter and company, and we won't get offended if you move on in the morning." "No," I said. "I just want what's mine. If she has spent all my money on drugs, then I'll take those. Sell them on to at least get something back." I glared at the woman. The thief. She did not flinch. She looked me in the eye and said, "Let me show you who the drugs are for first." Then she turned and walked away into the gloom that stretched out all around us. I followed reluctantly. As she led me through the space, we passed people sitting huddled together on the floor. There were men and women, young and old, and children. All were emaciated and dressed in filthy clothes. I was shocked by this, but when I became aware the thief was looking at me, I glanced away. I did not want her to see how out of my depth I was. I had never seen anything like this before. Scum living rough. I looked up at her words and muttered, "What?" She answered in a calm voice, "That's how you described us." I said, "I didn't. For people to live like this." My words trailed off. I didn't know what else to say. She finished for me. "They must be pretty desperate." I shrugged. "I guess." She kept her eyes fixed on me as we walked by another group. A man lay curled up, sleeping. A woman sat with a baby at her breast. The blanket wrapped around it was smeared with feces. I looked away, disgusted, and immediately hated myself for it. She saw me doing this, then said in a quiet voice, "There's no jobs, no benefits, no health care for some people. So they simply fall through the cracks of society, and they end up here." Is that what happened to that man, the doorman, because he has no eyes? I asked. She looked refuel when she replied, "He fell a long time ago while he was still sighted. 12 months ago, he sold his eyes to a clinic operating outside the law for money in his palm." "That's horrific," I said. "That's economics," she replied. Then she stood next to a pile of rags on the floor. When she spoke again, it was in a whisper. "She drifts in and out, but when she is conscious, the pain is unbearable. This is why I stole from you. This is why I needed the drugs." She knelt by the rags and lifted around the corner. My God, I realized it was a person. A woman's face was revealed. Her skin was lined and stretched taut over protruding bones. Her eyes flickered, and a painfully thin hand and wrist appeared out of the folds of the rags and reached slowly for the thief's face, who was blinking back tears. "My mother," she said. "The cancer is in her bones, and she has had no treatment, no care, except for what I can scavenge and steal." She took out the packet she had bought from the dealer, opened it, and placed her forefinger inside. When she withdrew it, her finger was coated with a fine, pale-colored powder. Gently, lovingly, she placed her finger in her mother's mouth and began to rub the powder onto her gums. Tears clouded the old woman's eyes, and then they closed. She began to snore gently. "I'm sorry," I said. "How long does she have left?" The thief did not look up when she replied, "Too long." She was silent then, and I could not think of anything else to say. As I stood there and my eyes continued to adjust to the gloom, I noticed there were others there. They were pressed against the walls, held in the shadows. I could make out no details, only that they were slender shapes, clothed in rags. "This is hell," I said. "It just came out. I didn't mean for it to." "It is," she said. "But it is our hell. Our home." "I'm sorry," I said again. I had nothing else, apart from saying, "And I'm glad that you pickpocketed me, if it helps ease your mother's pain for a few hours." She smiled sadly at this, and the silence settled back into place, until the crack, the sound of wood splintering, rushed towards us. Then a man's voice called out in pain. "What's happening?" I asked, but she was ignoring me, running towards the noise. I hurried after her. The disturbance was over by the makeshift entrance. As I came alongside her, I was horrified to see that the wood covering the door had been broken, and that the doorman lay on the ground, blood pooled around his head. Standing in a line behind him were 6 men. They were dressed in expensive-looking suits and tan cashmere coats. They were grinning, smiles that I remembered the bullies in my hometown wore. Only, I could tell these men were worse. Much worse. One of them was wiping blood from his knuckles. He finished and looked at us. "You seem pretty lively, so perhaps you can explain to your pals what is happening here. This land is ripe for development, and my client wishes to purchase it. But first we need to clear the trash. You need to leave, and leave now." His speech delivered, He nodded at the other men, and they began to advance on us. I turned to the thief. "We need to get everyone out of here before anyone else is hurt." She shook her head. Her eyes blazed with anger. "No. The world has taken everything else from us. This is ours, and we will not give it up." I began to argue, but she reached out and took my hand in hers, then started to back slowly away. I was scared and confused, and let her lead me back into the building, into the gloom. The men, sneering, laughing, making obscene remarks about the thief, about what they would like to do to her, kept pace with us. We passed the pathetic huddled figures. The men spat on them, told them to move it, called them filth, and called them dirty whores and junkies. And all the while the thief kept walking. She said nothing. We were coming closer to where her mother lay, to where the edge of the world was a place of shadows inhabited by slender figures clothed in rags. The thief stopped and let go of my hand. "Here," she said quietly. This brought a fresh wave of obscenities from the men. "What are you going to do, bitch? Fight? Go down on your knees?" One of them raised his fist and stepped rapidly towards her. She spoke again and simply said, "Now." They moved slowly, the things which emerged from the shadows. They moved silently. Their rags were dark, flowing shapes, and inside the rags, something inhuman was contained. I blinked, wiped my eyes. I did not understand what I was seeing. The figures in the rags had no skin, no flesh, no eyes. They were bone. Finger bones were reaching out and grasping the men. Skeletal hands were clamping around the necks of the men and choking. The men began to scream and thrash around. I stood and watched, paralyzed by fear. "What are they?" I managed to say. The thief replied, "Some people would call them wraiths, the spirits of those who suffered great injustices while they were alive, but who will take no more. Now, they are dead." Held in the grip of the inhuman things, the men began to collapse and pass out. The thief raised her hand. "Enough," she said. The inhuman things let go and slowly made their way back into the shadows. As they did so, some of the men and women who had been huddled together nearby approached. They methodically stripped the men of their fine clothes, watches, and wallets. They then dragged them unceremoniously back towards the broken open door. The thief watched. "Ours," she said again. "They will not take it from us." A smile flickered momentarily on her face, and then a harsh, racking cough made her whirl around. "Mother!" she cried out and ran to her. I joined her and knelt on the ground, asking if there was anything I could do. "No," she said. "I think it is her time." Her mother's chest was rising and falling in sharp, desperate motions. Each breath was a battle. Each moment was clearly an agony. And then she became still. The thief's whole body shook as she wept and stroked her mother's hair and told her that she loved her. A skeletal figure draped in torn, filthy clothes now stood over the thief and her mother's body. A newborn wraith, I thought. One more vengeful creature. As I watched, it retreated into the shadows at the edge of the world and took its place among its ragged kin. Driving to pick up a friend who was at a cabin party about 40 miles west of where I lived. Sounded simple enough. I was doing them a huge favor. It was late, after all, close to 2 a.m. The back roads were as dark and lonely as you could possibly imagine. No street lights, just the faint glow of my headlights bouncing off the trees, and the occasional glint of an animal's eyes in the underbrush. I had been on these kinds of roads before, but something about this night felt different. Heavier somehow. As I navigated the winding path, my phone buzzed in the cup holder. A text from my friend. "Bad signal. I'll stay by the road. Just honk when you're close." Great, I thought. Finding this random cabin in the middle of nowhere was going to be a lot more challenging without GPS. I adjusted my grip on the wheel and kept going, trying not to overthink the unsettling quiet. That's when I saw it. A red, four-door sedan parked haphazardly on the side of the road. All of its doors were wide open, and inside, slumped in the seats, were 4 figures. At first, I thought they might just be asleep, as weird as that would be. Oh wait, maybe they're drunk or something. But as I slowed down, I noticed their heads were tilted at odd angles, like their necks couldn't support them. None of them were moving. Not a twitch, not a breath, just limp in the dark. I suddenly felt a cold shiver. I didn't stop driving, but I could not help staring as I rolled past. The headlights didn't show much, but the scene was enough to make my skin crawl. Who leaves their car doors open like that? Who were they? Why were they sitting in the car like that? Was something wrong? I'm not proud of this, but I did not have the guts to stop and see if they needed help. My mind raced with the possibilities. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe they were trying to lure me. Something inside me told me, instinctually, keep driving. I tried calling my friend again, and there was no signal. Just static and the faint hum of the engine as I drove deeper into the woods. Eventually, I reached the end of the road where the cabin was supposed to be. Except it wasn't. The cabin wasn't there. No lights, no sounds of a party, nothing. I reached a dead end. Frustrated and a little spooked, I turned around as there was nothing else I could do and headed back the way I came. Maybe I missed the turn. By now, it was close to 3 a.m. The road felt even darker somehow. As I approached the spot where I had seen that red car, I felt my pulse quicken. The car was still there, but something was different. Only the front passenger door was open now, and the figures inside were not slumped anymore. They were sitting upright, heads turned toward the road, toward me. I slowed down, almost against my will, trying to process what I was seeing. Their faces were blank, completely expressionless, but their eyes were locked on me, following my car as I crept past at about 10 miles per hour. It was not just a glance either. It was as if they were waiting for me, expecting me to drive by again. The air inside my car was thick and heavy, like it was pressing down on my chest. I couldn't look away, even though every part of me wanted to. As soon as I was past them, I hit the gas, my tires crunching against the gravel as I sped away. My hands were shaking on the wheel. My heart felt like it was about to explode in my chest. I didn't care about the cabin or my friend anymore. That was just too much. I just wanted to get out of there. When I finally got home, I sat in my driveway for what felt like an hour at least. I thought about calling someone, maybe the police, but what would I even say? Maybe I could just call the non-emergency line and just tell them about something weird I saw. I couldn't shake the feeling, though, that there was something wrong. Couldn't explain it. I still can't. The next day, I called my friend to see if he had made it home, and I apologized profusely. He had, thankfully. Apparently, he had gotten a ride with someone else. I wanted to tell him about what I saw, about the figures that I saw inside the car. but I stopped myself. Not really sure why. Something just made me feel like I should not talk about it. Like talking about it would make it worse somehow. Even now, years later, I avoid that stretch of road. I don't know who or what I saw that night, and I don't think I really want to. Sometimes I do want to. The curiosity of what I saw. It sucks that I'll never know. To really get my story, you have to understand the layout of my third-floor landing. It's not particularly large, but it's designed in a way that's just unsettling enough to stick with you. There's a single narrow staircase that creaks and groans as you climb it. At the top, the landing forms a T-shape. To the left, there's my office, where I sometimes work late into the night. To the right, my bedroom, with a door that's always just a little harder to close than it should be. Straight ahead is the bathroom, with its frosted glass shower and a small, high window that lets in just enough light during the day to give the space an eerie, sterile glow. That bathroom has always felt a bit off to me. Maybe it's the way the sound of the water echoes against the tiles, or how the shower door sticks sometimes, even though there's no visible damage. Whatever it is, I've never been entirely comfortable in there, but I chalked it up to my overactive imagination. One night, around 10 p.m., I decided to take a shower before heading to bed. It had been a long day, and I just wanted to wash off the stress and crawl under the covers. The glass panels on my shower are that kind of concave and convex frosted glass that makes everything on the other side look like a blurry, distorted shadow. I always thought it was kind of cool. It was like looking through a funhouse mirror or something. But that night, it would prove to be anything but fun. The water was warm, and the steam was starting to fog up the glass. I was lost in my thoughts. I should have said this to this person. I should have said that. Letting the rhythmic patter of the water calm my nerves as I thought about the events of the day, the conversations that I had. Then suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something. A shape. At first, I thought it was just the way the steam was clinging to the glass, creating patterns that played tricks on my eyes. But as I focused, I realized it wasn't random. It was a hand. It wasn't just any hand, though. It was dark, almost black, and seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light of the bathroom. The fingers were long and thin, too long to belong to anyone I knew. It wasn't pressed against the glass like you might imagine, but instead hung in the air just on the other side of the shower door. My heart started pounding in my chest. My family is all pale, the kind of pale that burns after 5 minutes in the sun. This hand, it definitely did not belong to anyone in my house. I froze, my mind racing. Maybe it was a shadow from outside. Maybe one of the neighbor's trees had bent in the window, casting a strange silhouette through the bathroom window. But no. The hand moved. Slowly and deliberately, it tilted, almost as if it was waving to me. And then it did something I'll never forget. It reached for the light switch. The switch was just outside the shower, mounted on the wall near the door. I watched, paralyzed, as this hand seemed to stretch impossibly far, its fingers brushing the edge of the switch. And then, with a soft click, the light went out. Pitch black. The sound of the water hitting the tiles suddenly felt deafening. My breath was ragged, and I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. Let me tell you, being plunged into darkness while you're in the shower is terrifying, especially when you know someone's in the room and they turned off the light. I have never felt fear like that before. It wasn't the kind of fear you get from a jump scare in a movie or a sudden loud noise. This was primal, bone-deep terror. I was completely vulnerable, literally naked, and trapped in a small, dark space with something that I couldn't explain or control. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, not daring to move. The only sound was the water, which had suddenly taken on an almost sinister quality. I kept straining my ears for any other noise, a creak in the floor, a footstep, but there was nothing, just the water and my own panicked breathing. Finally, I realized I have to do something, so I slowly and cautiously reached out, slid the shower door open. The cold air from the bathroom hit me like a slap in the face, making me shiver. I stepped out onto the tile floor, my wet feet making soft squelch noises that seemed unbearably loud in this silence. I felt my way to the light switch, half expecting that hand to still be there. When my fingers finally found it, I flipped it up, flooding the room with light once again. The bathroom was empty. I checked the door, and it was still locked from the inside. I looked under the sink, as ridiculous as that sounds, and there was nothing there. Behind the shower curtain, even in the small cabinet where I kept my towels, no one. No sign that anyone had been in the bathroom with me. The relief that washed over me was almost enough to make me laugh. Almost. But then I remembered the stairs. The staircase leading up to the third floor is old and wooden. It creaks like crazy with even the slightest weight on it. If someone had come up while I was in the shower, I would have heard it. And if they had left, I would have heard that too. But I didn't hear anything. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that hand again. Those impossibly long fingers reaching for the light switch. I stayed in bed with the covers pulled up to my chin, my ears straining for the slightest sound. But the house was silent. Nothing like that has happened since. I've tried to explain it away, to rationalize what I saw. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe I was just overtired, and my mind played a cruel trick on me. But deep down, I know what I saw, and every time I'm in that bathroom now, I'm terrified, especially when I take a shower, half expecting to see the hand again. Sometimes late at night, I'll hear a creak on the stairs. It's probably just the house settling, right? Maybe the wind rattling the old wood. But every once in a while, I'll catch myself holding my breath, waiting to hear the sound of the light switch clicking off again. To all outside observers, it appeared that Dr. John Hamilton and his wife Susan had the perfect, loving marriage. In their 14 years of blissful union, John's passionate love for his spouse had led him to lavish her with expensive gifts and luxurious vacations. A brand new Porsche on their wedding day being just the beginning of a long list of romantically motivated purchases. But John wasn't just generous with his money. He was apparently generous of heart, too, and spent a great deal of time reminding Susan just how much he loved her in a variety of heartwarming ways. When Susan professed a yearning for employment, for a purpose outside of being a housewife, John gave her a job at his highly esteemed obstetrics and gynecology clinic in Oklahoma City. He was there for her in every way, and by all accounts, they were a textbook case of romantic longevity. But that's what makes it all the more horrifying, that on Valentine's Day of 2001, Dr. Hamilton's arrival at the family home kicked off a chain of events that would turn their perfect little world into a living nightmare. As you can imagine, in a marriage as loving as John and Susan's, Valentine's Day was held in high esteem. Every single year they were married, they exchanged gifts and cards, often having planned some kind of romantic rendezvous, be it dinner and a movie or a walk around a local park. But on Valentine's Day of 2001, John was needed in the operating room of his clinic, fairly early in the morning too. Any exchange of gifts would have to wait until his lunch break. But just as he promised, John ducked out of the clinic as soon as he was able and drove home to spend a romantic half hour with his wife, after which he would have to return for another surgery. He called her name as he walked through the front door, but she didn't answer. John suspected that his wife might have some kind of surprise in store for him, and he felt a ripple of excitement run through him as he walked up the stairs towards the master bedroom. He called his wife's name again, but still there was no answer. And it was then that something caught John's eye. Lying on the floor of the second floor bathroom, it was Susan. She was in a crumpled, lifeless heap, with blood pooling underneath her. Paramedics were called to the scene, but Susan couldn't be revived. Those in attendance noted that she appeared to have been strangled with two of her husband's expensive silk neckties. But the blood on the bathroom floor was undoubtedly from the series of bloody head wounds she had due to repeated blunt force trauma, the wounds being so severe that parts of her brain were exposed, while her face was completely unrecognizable. To his absolute horror, Dr. John Hamilton was the #1 suspect in his wife's murder from the very beginning. Police have since publicly stated that there were many factors which led them to such a conclusion. The first being that there was no sign of forced entry to the home. Whoever killed Susan had keys to the residence. It was also a crime in which nothing of value was stolen, and one which there were no bloody fingerprints left in a bathroom, which had blood almost everywhere. This meant that there was a distinct chance that whoever killed Susan was either extremely professional, incredibly lucky, or had the time and privacy to scrub the scene of incriminating evidence before the body was found. On top of that, while searching the home, police got their hands on a Valentine's Day card that Susan had written to John, presumably that year. And in the message inside wasn't nearly as loving and cheerful as you might imagine. I bought this 2 weeks ago, so I guess maybe it doesn't seem as appropriate. But I do love you. Have a great day. Susan. The contents of the card raised a lot of questions concerning the state of Hamilton's marriage. Evidently, it suggests that there had been some kind of incident or argument, one that had caused a degree of turmoil and somewhat soured that Valentine's feeling. As it later turned out, this incident involved Susan catching John making phone calls to a woman employed as a topless dancer. Police actually found hundreds of calls to this person on John's cell phone during their investigation, and heard from close friends of Susan that she had confessed to considering a divorce. To the cops, the explanation seemed simple. John had murdered his wife to prevent her from running off with half of his money. But at his trial, much of the local community came out in support of Dr. Hamilton and refused to believe that the man was capable of such a horrific crime, especially given that the victim was his own beloved wife. But when the paramedics who attended the 911 call John made were questioned in court, the jury began to notice some disturbing inconsistencies in his story. Hamilton testified in court that after he contacted emergency services, he had gotten to work trying to perform CPR on his wife's bloodied corpse. And this appeared to be true, as the paramedics confirmed that when they had arrived, John had been performing chest compressions. But as people who performed CPR on an almost daily basis, the paramedics noticed something peculiar about John's technique. It was incredibly ineffective. From a regular person with no first aid training, that could be understandable. But John's was so bad that it almost looked like he wasn't actually trying to revive Susan at all, which for a medical professional is very suspicious. John also claimed that he had tried performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on his wife, but the paramedics claimed that John had no blood on his mouth or face when they arrived. There was so much blood around the victim's head that there's no way John could have performed mouth-to-mouth and not gotten any on him. Some of Susan's blood was also found on the steering wheel of Dr. Hamilton's car, and despite his claim in court that he had simply moved the vehicle to make room for emergency vehicles, a prosecutor was able to make use of the overall suspicion to claim that this was evidence that John had been considering an escape attempt. At one point during the trial, the prosecution's case against Dr. Hamilton appeared to be floundering. Hamilton's defense attorney had brought a number of key character witnesses to testify in court, and all had built a picture of John as nothing but a loving husband, and he believed that the nail in the prosecution's coffin would be the testimony of a crime scene investigator named Tom Bevel, an expert on blood splatter at crime scenes. Bevel was essentially brought in to confirm that the blood splatter on Dr. Hamilton's shirt, the same one he was wearing during his attempt at CPR, was consistent with a man simply trying to revive his murdered wife while in a state of extreme panic and grief. At first, Tom Bevel did indeed testify that much of the blood splatter could have well been from the doctor's attempts at CPR. But as it turned out, Bevel had noticed something that other investigators had overlooked. He had made a note of the few small flecks of blood that could be found on the inside of Hamilton's right sleeve, a pattern he had seen many times before on the clothing of people who have killed someone with a blunt object. In the seconds that followed, the courtroom was deathly silent. An expert defense witness had testified against the person they were supposed to be defending, and in just a few words, Tom Bevel had condemned Dr. Hamilton to prison. When later asked why he made the decision to essentially act as a witness for the prosecution, Bevel claimed he just had to tell the truth. He said he had sworn an oath, something that overrode any allegiance he may have had to his client. After that, it only took 2 hours for a jury of his peers to find John Hamilton guilty on the charge of first-degree murder, whereafter a judge sentenced him to life in prison. Those that followed the case were highly disturbed by the sudden turn of events. John had and still does maintain his innocence, even to this day. But more and more evidence points to the idea that he killed his wife in cold blood. His defense team even floated the idea that he must have been innocent, because the guilty timeline would mean that John went to work and performed flawless surgeries right after murdering the love of his life. This might well be true, but in light of the guilty verdict, it's all the more damning, because it suggests that Dr. John Hamilton was able to beat his wife's skull in on Valentine's Day, then remain calm and collected, enough to go and perform complicated medical surgeries. And if it's true, then maybe a more fitting name for Dr. Hamilton is Dr. Death. It was supposed to be a cool, quiet evening with my brother, him 11 and me 12 years old. We were left to fend for ourselves this night as our parents went on a date night. We weren't scared or anything. This was kind of a normal thing, and we were used to it at this point. Our house was small. All of the lights were on, and we had snacks and a couple of movies lined up to keep us entertained until bedtime. It was just one of those ordinary nights. Nothing felt weird until we heard a knock on the door. I think it was around 8 p.m., and the knock echoed through the house. My brother and I froze for a minute and paused the TV, looking at each other. A voice followed, muffled but clear enough to hear it. "Pizza." At first I thought it was my dad playing a joke as they just arrived home. He had a habit of doing stuff like that. Instinctively I smiled and started walking toward the door, laughing under my breath. But as I reached for the doorknob, my brother told me to stop. He said, "That's not Dad." The realization hit me like a bucket of cold water. He was right. My dad's voice was different. It was deeper. It was warm and familiar. Who was this? It was sharper, almost too casual, like someone trying too hard to sound normal. I froze with my hand just a few inches away from the doorknob. "We didn't order any pizza," I called out, my voice shaking. Silence followed. No reply. No retreating footsteps. Just silence. My brother now at my side, clutching my arm. He whispered, "Maybe we should call Mom." My heart was pounding now. Every beat was loud in my ears. What do I do? For 15 agonizing minutes, we sat there, silent, not knowing what to do. I opened the closet next to the front door and retrieved my cricket bat. My brother walked over to the fireplace and picked up the ornamental fireplace poker. My eyes darted between the footpath and my brother's pale face. He was clutching the poker so tightly, I could tell that he was more scared right now than he had ever been in his life. Nothing moved. Silence. I tried to convince myself this was just a weird misunderstanding. Maybe my parents ordered us pizza and just forgot to tell us. But something told me this was not right. They definitely would have told us if they ordered pizza. Then finally there was movement again. A shadow shifted on the footpath, just at the edge of my view. The person was tall. They had long dark hair tied back in a ponytail, and he wore a long coat that seemed to swallow him. But what struck me most was that he was not carrying a pizza. He didn't run or hurry away. He just nonchalantly slowly walked away. I ducked down, motioned for my brother to stay quiet and low. We waited until we couldn't hear his footsteps anymore. When we finally felt like we were free to move around again, everything felt different. The vibe was destroyed. The cozy warmth of the house was now gone, replaced with cold, dark shadows that seemed darker than normal. I made sure every single light was on in the house. Every single one. We sat on the couch, huddled together, waiting for our parents to come home. When they finally walked through the door, my brother burst into tears. My mom immediately knew something was very wrong. We tried to explain. The story sounded ridiculous even to us. I'm pretty sure my dad didn't sleep that night. He was in the living room much longer than normal, stepping outside every few minutes to make sure there was nobody out there. I have no idea who the man was, or what would have happened if we had opened the door. It's pretty scary to think about, though. One night when I was about 7 years old, bedtime came like every other night. I climbed into the second level of my bunk bed at around 9:30. I snug into my little fortress above the world. The top bunk was my favorite, hands down. Who doesn't love sleeping on the top bunk? Up high where everything seemed smaller. I was safer up here. I drifted off quickly. I was exhausted from the day, lost in the easy dreams of a child. But that night, safety was an illusion that would shatter before morning. Some point in the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure why. Maybe it was a bad dream I had, or maybe I did hear something. But then I was sure that I heard something. A strained whisper. No. No. It was faint, almost like it was coming from inside my head. I lay there holding my breath, waiting for the sound to go away, but it didn't. The whisper came again, and it was louder this time, and full of pain. No. No. My small chest tightened, as I pulled the covers up to my face, convincing myself it was just my imagination. I was about to close my eyes when a new sound made my heart stop. The unmistakable creak of the stairs. Slowly and steadily, the boards groaned. Someone heavy was on the stairs. My parents' bed was just across the room, and I could hear their snoring, steady and undisturbed. It was not them on the stairs. I heard the whisper again. It was more clear now, as if whoever was saying it was closer. No. No. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping the sound would go away, that I would wake up and find this was all just a bad dream. But then came the screaming. It started very suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched wail that seemed to echo from nowhere and everywhere at the same time. It mixed with the whispering and the noise that I heard on the stairs, creating a chorus of terror that wrapped itself around me, enveloped me completely. No. No! The voice continued, much louder now, blending with the screams. Terrified and wondering why my parents were not coming into the room, I slid out of bed as quietly as I could. My hands shook as I felt for the ladder, my only way down. Each rung seemed louder than the last, and I winced with every small noise. When my feet hit the floor, I crawled on the ground toward the door. The door offered a full view of the stairs, where the creaking and the whispers were coming from. My fingers found the handle, and I twisted it carefully, opening the door just enough to look outside. The staircase loomed in the darkness. It looked like an ominous void. Nothing was moving. For a brief moment, I thought maybe I had imagined all of it. How could I imagine screaming, though? But then the whisper came again, and this time from above me. No. No! My heart felt like it was trying to leap out of my chest. The sound was coming from the room upstairs. A room that no one should be in right now. I had to know what it was. I don't know why, but I just had to know. I crept toward the staircase. The house felt alive. Every creak and noise was amplified. I stayed low, peeking around corners, shaking, expecting to see someone. The stairs remained empty. Instead of going up, I decided to check the front door. Maybe I would find some explanation. Maybe someone had come inside and left the door open. My small hand reached for the light switch in the living room, but I hesitated. Something inside told me not to do it. I swallowed hard and inched toward the window instead. I peeked outside, and I saw them. 3 people were standing just outside the window, their shapes barely illuminated in the pale light. They were unmoving, and they didn't say anything. I'm not sure if they could see me, but they stood still. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't look away. I was petrified. And then in an instant, they were gone. 1 second they were there, and the next, just gone. My heart was racing and I stumbled backward. I scrambled to my parents' room and leapt into their bed. My mom stirred a little bit, mumbling and asking if I was okay. How could I tell her what I just saw? There were people outside the window. There's someone in the house upstairs. I didn't really know what to do, but I did feel safer lying between them. I'm not really sure what happened that night. Maybe it was just a dream. Or maybe I really saw what I thought I did. I probably should have told my parents. On December 17, 1938, 19-year-old college graduate Margaret Martin left her home in Kingston, Pennsylvania to meet with an unknown man who offered her a potential secretarial job. When she failed to return, Martin's family reported her missing and began a search of the surrounding area. 4 days later, her body was discovered in the wilderness around 20 miles away. She had been horribly tortured, mutilated, and strangled before her bound and trussed body was dumped in a mountain stream, where it was found by a hunter. There were few clues as to her killer's identity, except the owner of a sawmill reported interrupting an unknown trespasser, and police believe this is where the murder occurred. Witnesses came forward with a description of a man seen with Martin around the time of her disappearance, but no one has ever been arrested and charged in connection with her murder. At the beginning of December 1938, Margaret Martin graduated with honors from Wilkes-Barre Business College, having attended classes to gain secretarial skills to find work as a stenographer. A former classmate, Betty Hopkins, described her as a shy, studious, friendly girl who had many friends, and she was well liked within the community of Kingston in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania. Her parents raised Margaret and her siblings as devout Catholics, and her father, John Martin, was a coal mine foreman and member of the local Democratic Committee. The Martins had 4 children, of which 19-year-old Margaret was the eldest, and included 17-year-old Mary, 15-year-old Helen, and 12-year-old Jack. Margaret Martin was contacted the Saturday morning of December 17, 1938, by an unknown man who offered her a job. He explained he was setting up an insurance company and was in need of a qualified stenographer and had a suitable secretarial position available. He added that he had heard of her through the Wilkes-Barre Business College. Miss Martin was gleefully anticipating her first job since graduating college and looking forward to earning some money before the Christmas holidays, so she agreed to meet with the man at Kingston Corners, located not far from the Martin family home. When she left the house that morning to keep her appointment with the mysterious telephone caller, Margaret promised her parents she would return home immediately. It would be the last time they saw her alive. When she failed to appear by the evening, her worried family and friends contacted the police and reported her missing. During the investigation into her disappearance, police and volunteers conducted a search of the surrounding area. Several witnesses came forward with information pertinent to the case. Martin was seen the day of her disappearance in conversation with an unknown man and then getting into what was described as a black sedan or brown Plymouth. The description given of the man was vague, and he was believed to be a suave, neat, sandy-haired young man, slightly overweight and between the ages of 25 and 30 years old. None of the witnesses were able to identify the license plate of the car. There were numerous theories on what might have happened to Miss Martin, with some believing she had been kidnapped. The absence of a ransom note seemed to indicate that it was more likely she was either the victim of a sex maniac or had fallen victim to white slaver traders. The search failed to find any trace of her, and the publicity surrounding the disappearance was hampered because the local newspapers were on strike. On December 21, 1938, several days after she vanished, the body of Margaret Martin was discovered in the Wyoming County woodlands, around 25 miles from her home. 19-year-old Anthony Rezakowski was out trapping muskrats in the forested area when he made the grim discovery. As he places snares under a footbridge, he noticed a large burlap sack that had been partially submerged in 2 feet of shallow water in Keelersburg Creek, which was 8 miles from Tunkhannock. When he went to investigate further, he noticed the bag had been stitched with twine and one of the knots had slipped open, revealing a human arm. When he peeked inside, he saw the naked body of a young woman and immediately notified the police. It was soon identified as the body of Margaret Martin, and it was determined she had been dead for at least 24 hours. Tracks along the tiny Keelersburg Creek were blotted out by snow, and state troopers searched the immediate area looking for clues. The coroner concluded from the bruises to her neck that the cause of death was strangulation, but she suffered many other wounds, and she had been tortured and mutilated by her killer. Her body showed signs of having been beaten with a large object, possibly a rock, and there were knife wounds to her stomach and thigh. The coroner commented that she had suffered the molestation of a degenerate. Her family was notified, and John Martin said of his daughter, "Our little girl fought for herself and died the pure girl she was," while her mother said, "She is with God today." Lieutenant Charles S. Cook headed a detail of the state police investigation into the murder and asserted the killer was apparently someone familiar with the Wyoming woodlands, who had driven a car to roughly 75 yards from the bridge, then carried the body to the spot where it was found. He reiterated this fact by saying, "Someone familiar with the territory placed the body in the creek, and it might not have been found for several years if the young man setting traps had not passed through the lonely section." Because of the remote location of the discovery and how the body was found, Lieutenant Cook was convinced that the murder took place somewhere else. The owner of a Forkston sawmill, James Kedd, reported finding a trespasser on his property and fired a warning shot in the intruder's direction, apparently scaring the man off. This incident occurred the day before Martin's body was discovered, and the sawmill was 12 miles from Keelersburg Creek. Police theorized the trespasser was the killer who murdered Martin inside the sawmill and then attempted to dismember her body and destroy it in the mill's firebox. Ashes were recovered from the sawmill boiler, and police were confident there would contain particles of clothing worn by Miss Martin, along with metal fragments believed to be a dress ornament. However, these were analyzed by a Wilkes-Barre chemist and found to contain only waste material. Major William Clark, the 3rd Squadron commander who headed the state police investigation, concluded that the sawmill theory had been almost eliminated, but more inquiries would be made. The only clues left with the body were the 2 burlap bags in which the body was found, a length of sash cord that had bound the body, and a gentleman's silk scarf, which had no identifying marks. On December 22nd, the Scranton Tribune predicted that the killer would be captured within the following 24 hours. The funeral of Margaret Martin was held on December 24th at St. Ignatius Church in Kingston, and hundreds of people were in attendance. Several plain-clothed officers were also present, working on the belief they might spot someone acting suspiciously. 4 days later, on December 28th, Pennsylvania State Senator Leo C. Mundy declared that he would introduce a bill at the next state legislature which would make sex crimes punishable by execution. It would also include the registration of all sex offenders and the requirement of all physicians, social and welfare workers, to report anyone who exhibited such tendencies. Senator Mundy was prompted to introduce this bill as a direct result of Margaret Martin's brutal murder. The Deputy Commissioner of the State Police, Colonel Cecil M. Wilhelm, predicted that the mystery of her death would someday be solved. The investigation explored many other avenues, including a suspicious vehicle seen parked at the mountain cabin on the night of the murder, which might have belonged to the killer, but was soon ruled out when the owner gave police a satisfactory explanation for his movements in the area. Further leads also led nowhere. A reported incident where a bundle of clothing thrown from a car near Orwigsburg was suspected to be the killer disposing of Martin's clothes, but proved to be unrelated. Officers' attempts to check a statement that a witness attributed to a Kingston man who allegedly said, "I'm going to make a date with that Martin girl or break my neck in the attempt," proved fruitless. By early 1939, most leads in the case either fizzled out or resulted in a dead end for detectives. The manhunt for the killer would continue, and by February 1939, many suspects were investigated and discounted. 2 men who attempted to attack a 16-year-old girl from Hanover Township in Luzerne County were questioned and cleared. Many locals had their theories on who the killer might be, such as a mortician from Wyoming County, a local assistant pastor, a businessman's son who left the area soon after the murder, a local teenager who had a crush on the victim, and a teacher at the Wilkes-Barre Business College who held an infatuation with Martin. The case was the most baffling mystery the local and state police had ever encountered. In June 1939, the Luzerne County District Attorney's Office announced there would be no request to Luzerne County Commissioners to offer a reward for the capture of the killer. However, it was disclosed that new clues had surfaced in the case, which might soon lead to the arrest of one of two suspects. He did not specify what those clues were, nor whether an arrest was imminent. Despite this promising development, nothing further was revealed, and no arrests were made. In September 1942, 21-year-old Orban Taylor of New York City confessed to Scranton police that he was responsible for the death of Margaret Martin. Taylor was formerly a resident of Wilkes Barre and told investigators that he visited the area while serving in the U.S. Army. Despite his admission of guilt, Taylor was unable to reveal to detectives how he disposed of the victim's clothing, which had never been found. After more than 10 hours of questioning, the young man repudiated his confession. New York Detective Captain George W. Donaldson, who was leading the investigation, explained that the military authorities at Fort J joined the investigation being conducted by the State Motor Police and the Federal Bureau of Investigation because Taylor had been dishonorably discharged from the Army. Although he denied murdering Miss Martin, he did confess to other crimes, including several robberies, a stabbing in New York, and of defrauding several hotels in Philadelphia, Newark, New Jersey, and Elizabeth, New Jersey. Subsequently, he was not charged with murder. In the decades after her murder, the circumstances of Margaret Martin's death are still unexplained, and her killer has never been brought to justice. Many of those who worked the case came to believe the man responsible must have been a local because of his knowledge of the area, while others suspect it might have been the work of a serial killer. Despite the advancement of forensic science techniques, the case remains unsolved. For just over 15 years, Berkshire, England, in its bright and wondrous glory, was the breeding ground for joy and cheer. Every year, the denizens of the city gather around the center of the square to share the tales of the supernatural. Tales of goblins and elves, of wizards and witches, tales of heroism and valor. This particular holiday was known to them as Lore Night, the one time of year where any patron, young and old, were invited to come from all countries and cultures in the world. Lore Night always began upon the setting sun and would seldom end until the rising dawn. Of course, food and the best of the freshly brewed ale were always anticipated on this night. Freshly killed and optimally prepared game, accompanied by what would be compared to at least 2 full-grown fields of delicious crops. On a selected few occasions, it was said that there would even be music being played as the tales of the tales larger than life were being told. The best aspect of Lore Night, according to most in Berkshire, was when one storyteller would subtly attempt to weave their tale in such a way that would attempt to outdo the other tales being told that night. For example, 2 years back, a young lad captivated all in attendance beyond all others with his tale of a fierce and virtuous warrior that would conquer beasts and dragons alike for the protection of his kingdom. Another tale that was applauded above all others, one particular Lore Night, was spoken by a Norwegian sailor who celebrated his own account of encountering and defending his vessel against the wrath of the damnable Draugr. Until tonight, this tale was considered to be incontestable in its popularity among the commoners in Berkshire. This Lore Night, however, would shift the very history of Berkshire, forming an irrevocable crimson stain on its otherwise joyous visage. This year's Lore Night began like every year before it. The excited and anxious storytellers began to amass in the center of the city, where at least 3 cords of dry logs lay neatly prepared for the token bonfire that would blaze bright through the night's festivities. Long tables of food and drink were being prepared. The market clerk, who always ran the meat and produce stands, was, as always, had been from the prior years on this night, at the forefront of preparing the holiday feast. On this occasion, however, he was determined to make this year's Lore Night feast bigger and more gluttonous than any before, and any to come. The timbermen of Berkshire began to double the size of the festive pyre as insurance for its continuous burning. It seemed that the commoners intended for this year's Lore Night to be the biggest and boldest of them all, as if it may be their last. And for many of them, this night would indeed be their very last. The setting sun saw the lighting of the festive pyre in the center of town. Many gasped in awe and excitement at the monumental height of the hungry, scorching flames, easily tripling the height and overall size of years before. At this, the masses hastily flocked to the tables adorned with the gratuitous feast. Indeed, the market clerk and those in his assistance had outdone themselves, for even upon the setting sun's last glimmer, many were still preoccupied with gorging themselves on the delectable meal and were unable to tell their tales they had prepared all year for on this night. That is, except for one man. This man declined silently to partake in the feast. No one saw him touch so much as even a single crumb from the bountiful buffet. One or two individuals approached him, attempting to extend warm invitations to join in on the bountiful banquet. The stranger answered these advances with only a cold, stoic, and malignant stare. Upon witnessing this behavior from the stranger, many in the congregated mass began to feel the slight chill crawl up their spines as they observed the stranger lingering near the festive bonfire, whose heat began to grow so immense as to be felt by all in the nearby vicinity. Even as the heat of the blaze intensified, however, the stranger wouldn't remove the long, dark, ashen gray trench coat whose collar was erected upwards as to conceal his face, only exposing the eyes under the brim of his pitch-black, wide-brimmed hat. As he stood so close to the pyre that the congregation began to wonder what kept him from being set ablaze himself, the features of the strangers, or lack thereof, became more pronounced. The muted stranger's eyes were covered in red, raging veins, giving them an appearance not wholly dissimilar to a rabid animal. The irises were as devoid of hue as the trench coat that concealed his features from view. In the center, however, the stranger's pupils were somehow even darker than the night sky above itself, as if looking into them could cause one to be stripped of their soul in a matter of mere seconds. Despite the stranger's foreboding presence, the attending mass gathered around the towering inferno that was the festive pyre, as it was time for the night's tales to be told. However, despite the year's time spent preparing for this very moment, none in attendance could remember what stories they came to tell. None, that is, except for the stranger, whose gaze still fixed on the dance of the large flames before them all.
"So, you've gathered here for stories, have you?"
uttered a cracked, hoarse voice, as if the speech was performed under some sort of intense strain on the vocal cords. Though hoarse and strained words were, every individual ear had perceived them. There was a clear stance of absolute certainty in everyone's minds that the voice was indeed that of the stranger, who, until that very moment, remained distantly cold and completely mute. This sudden shift in the stranger's behavior caused the attending mass to take aback in shock.
"I will share a story with you all. A story to make you realize the mistake that you've all made, and have made for a generation now."
At this statement, a dreadful chill overtook the wind's breeze, causing the patrons to shiver, despite the ever-blazing inferno before them. This abrupt temperature change caused some to position themselves closer to the flames, in a feeble attempt to find some semblance of warmth amid the suddenly chilling air, an attempt that proved futile, as if the very essence of the flames' natural heat had been taken away, leaving them to dance wildly about atop the festive pyre. This abrupt phenomena, coupled with the formerly mute and mysterious stranger's threatening and rather ominous statement, forced an air of unease and a jarring sense of dread to spread throughout the congregation.
None of you believe in the entities in whose names you forge through the tales of fiction from, effectively dishonoring the respect and fear they were once due.
None of the patrons in the present mass knew how to comprehend the mysterious stranger's abrasive claims. Surely, they optimistically thought this facade as nothing except a mere act of a tactic for captivating the audience's attention. This was Lore Night, a night of fun and cheer in the regaling of folk legends of elder days, and the tall tales molded by the tricks of eager imaginations, not the grim and macabre, as was implied by the stranger.
The tale I tell you now is the story of my land from which I hail. Take special care to listen, for when suffering comes upon you all, you may then know in your beating hearts and your tortured souls the full extent of those who you and your mockeries have disgraced. This tale,
the stranger began, remaining stiff as if he were a statue cut from marble or granite, with his unwaveringly menacing glare eternally fixed within the festive pyre's flames.
Begins with the priest of my native land, Father Dirkenshaw. You see, the father was a good man, a righteous man. Holy as he was, the wills and righteous ways of the god blinded the good father to the dangerous arrogance of closing his mind to the powers beyond the grasp of even the Heavenly Father's might to contest.
As the stranger continued his blasphemous macabre narration, a stench of decay and formaldehyde laced the air that was breathed by the congregated audience, forcing more than many of them to begin to gag, whilst others attempted the banquet they enjoyed profusely from being emptied from their stomachs.
Father Dirkenshaw,
the stranger continued,
had no tolerance for any such aspect of life that was not deemed as being of God's will. Much like you all, Father Dirkenshaw was all too swift to brush away anything deemed not of holy merit as but mere illusions of deluded and perverted minds. The father conducted his life in this manner for many generations, blissfully ignorant of the forces that play beyond the sacred rites of the Christian faith.
The flames began to shift color from the bright orange to an infernal red. All at once, the formerly lost heat returned twofold, forcing the patrons to profusely sweat. Beyond the mild physical discomfort, however, was an infernal terror that this, as well as the previous phenomena, must in some way or another be connected to the stranger. This collectively agreed upon conclusion was not voiced by any, however, to not draw any undesirable attention to themselves, as well as to feed their equally growing sense of morbid curiosity in hearing exactly where the stranger's story would go next. The stranger's eyes widened, further pronouncing their disturbing appearance.
That is,
he continued, his voice further distorting with each uttered word,
until the arrival of a conjurer whose very nature could and did challenge the will of the church. No one knows where he wandered from, as no one could remember any interaction with him. They hadn't even known of his name. The surrounding darkness outside of the immediate radius of the bonfire's light began to crawl inward close to the towering blaze, engulfing nearly all of the congregated patrons, leaving only a few to be spared from the shadows by the ever-raging fire's light. Whimpers of terrified anxiety rose amongst them as they began to lose sight of each other in the encroaching void, whilst the stranger, still illuminated in the glow of the blaze, continued regaling them of his ghostly testament. The stranger began to finally undo the buttons of his trench coat, though not quite yet enough to expose any of his features apart from his corpse-like eyes. You see, the conjurer wished to live in peace amongst the natives,
The stranger continued, his cold, sinister gaze appearing to cause the flames to dance more viciously upon the festive pyre than before.
But his hunger and conflicting practices forced him into a life of cold solitude. He would spend his days in a blissful hibernation and would walk the land under the moon's glow. That alone, while trivial and mysterious to the commoners, was not what caused them to shun him. It was his unnatural palate for living blood.
It was at this very moment when the now captivated mass began to perceive what they could only describe being the chilling laughter of a pack of hyenas who lost themselves to some sort of state of hysteria. Hearing these cackles, certain individuals found themselves grateful, in an odd sort of way, that the oppressive darkness that now nearly swallowed each and every individual had rendered them unable to see even so much as their hands in front of their faces, lest they would be forced to envision whatever demonic beings that could produce such a noise. Despite the increasingly overwhelming urge to attempt a flight from the morbid phenomenon occurring in the city's center, none in the congregation could find within them the strength of will even to flee in fear. The stranger's ghoulish narrative continued, despite the infectiously spreading dread amongst the mass, who were now swallowed in entirety by the looming shadow.
His taste, his lust for warm, fresh blood could never be sated, for such in the existence of one such as he, always craving, never enough. However, in spite of his ravenous nature, he wished only peace to the village folk. For many years he would live off the blood of the livestock. One night, upon his awakening, the conjurer had spied upon a beautiful maiden, the most beautiful of any in the long-recorded history of this lifetime to ever have and ever would walk these lands. The love birthed within him had not been felt since his conception into this earth. The manic howls from deep within the looming shadows became louder, growing closer and more pronounced, much the same fashion as a flock of predators encircling their helpless victims, allowing the venomous fear to cripple mind and body before gorging themselves upon the fresh pound of flesh. Screams and shrieks of fright rang out into the ever-persisting darkness as glints of maliciously ravenous eyes shone as crimson as that of the rubies encrusted within the trinkets of the maidens present in the horrific scene of unholy events. Having left with no conceivable alternative for escaping the menacing darkness and whatever malevolent evils within, the mass began to congregate as close to the blazing festive pyre as was physically possible, yet still taking great care to space away from the stranger, as if wandering too close to his presence may see them afflicted by some nature of unsaintly power that he may supposedly possess. "What be thy lordly given name, sir, from the distant lands beyond?" she asked the mysterious conjurer.
The stranger's narrative continued.
To this, the conjurer spoke to her the very name that reigns the utmost supremacy in the land that I hail. I, my sweet delicate blossom, am Lord Vladimir Claviculus of the Eastern Kingdoms.
The stranger roared the name aloud, causing the blaze to flare in an angry burst, and the deranged howls and cackles within the consuming darkness to bark out into the open night, creeping ever closer to the center.
As swiftly as his eyes could entrap hers, her heart succumbed to his lustful whims. Many a night following, the proud Lord Claviculus would call her from her tower to meet him, purely for the consumption of her precious blood from her beautifully porcelain neck. It was said that Lord Claviculus's bite filled the maiden's heart with further desire for him. For each night, she was said to have grown restless, impatient for her consort's return.
At this, many within the congregation began to feel cold, petite hands softly caressing their bare flesh as the cackles within the consuming void continued to advance upon them. Soft, inane whispers were heard by each ear in the captive mass, almost appearing as sensual. The stranger, of whose damning glare never arrested from the ceaseless fury of the furious flames within the festive pyre, continued whilst his voice further stripped away into a malicious rattle-pyre hatred as his tale went on.
Oh, her blood did he drink. Drink and drink until she no longer answered her master's siren call. For many a night he had searched for her, starving of the young mistress's blood, when he discovered the truth of her absence. For after they last met, the natives spoke against her to the ever-righteous Father Dirkenshaw, who, in all his holy practices, ruled her to the world, and Holy Father above as a witch, a devil's familiar, which their faith unwavering in their blind convictions, the distraught lord discovered that his maiden had been felled, like many a maiden caught victim to blind conviction, by a raging fire like this before you all now.
Screams of inhuman agony deafened the congregation as the wild, untamed flames began to shape and form themselves into the form of a delicate young maiden. Just as soon as its fiery birth was complete, a blackened maw opened that released an agonized wail that invoked an unutterable pain and sorrow that blended with the presently potent fear within the mass that could not and would not waver. As the flames returned to their former state, unyielding in their enraged ferocity, the stranger began again. His ghastly vocals took on an air of aggression.
Vengeance,
his inhuman voice barked.
Vengeance he swore to exact on those whose holy ways led them to commit this atrocity. Upon them in the cold night he came, many a morn following. The families would find more of their dear beloved gone in the night, only to be spied upon the succeeding dusk as one of the disciples of the Nosferatu, Lord Vladimir Claviculus. I condemn you all, you bleeding sheep of the Lord.
He roared to them one full moon twilight.
Damn you all, whose faith blinds you to the wills existent beyond God's law. Your actions deemed righteous by your God, because of your lack of vision and lack of control, stripped me of what I held dear to me. For this I declare that, as long as I am bound to walk these lands with earthly feet, the setting sun on this night for every generation to come, myself and my dwellers of the night will come. Any of whom we spy in their play, we shall strip away from you, as you stripped her away from me. For this I swear to you, and all whose faith and corrupted practice conduct your lives. For this night will belong to us. The Nosferatu, the vampire. I christen this very gravely dusk, along with every such that recurs on every century to come, as the Nosferatu Nacht, the vampire's night. And upon his declaration's conclusion, the vampire, Lord Claviculus, began his dark campaign, with sating his feral ire with the blood he spilled from the great priest, Father Dirkenshaw. Many perished at the wrath and burning ire for the warm, innocent blood that night before the sun rose, warding him away until the next annual cycle awakened him, concluding in the same grotesque manner as before. The abysmal cacophony intensified to a deafening pitch, with only the stranger's ghoulishly rasping voice being able to be distinguished separately. From that night, and every Nosferatu Nacht since, Lord Claviculus has walked on this cold night, sating his desire for blood on those who foolishly neglect to pay credence to his words. Upon the conclusion of the stranger's horrifying anecdote, the mad cackles of malice abruptly died, shrouding the congregation in a jarring silence, save only for the crackling of the flames. As the stranger began to remove his trench coat and hat for the first time, revealing a gaunt and bony face bound with gray, clammy flesh pulled taut over his skull, and long wispy strands of albino hair, his cold blue, dead lips began to part upwards into a deranged vulpine grin that exposed unnaturally long, thin canine molars
as sharp as the nobleman's dagger. Upon sight of this, a young maiden from the terror-stricken audience squealed out, "Who are you?" The stranger, stealing his gaze away from the festive pyre for the first time, fixed his eyes to her.
My dear delicate blossom, I am Lord Vladimir Claviculus of the Eastern Kingdoms, and tonight is Nosferatu Nacht, the vampire's night.
At the chilling revelation, the blazing fire burst skyward, defiantly into the air to illuminate the hordes of beasts that took residence in lurking darkness only moments before, every one of them bearing their vicious fangs. For indeed, these were the disciples of the vampire, Claviculus. No sooner than the first squeal of hysteria was let out that the stranger, the vampire, Lord Claviculus, bared his fangs, rolling his eyes back into his skull with pleasure as he clamped his jaw around the young maiden's neck, savoring every last amount of crimson he could take from her. As he rose from her, now stripped of life, the once furious flames abruptly ceased, shrouding the helpless mass in complete darkness. As the Nosferatu came upon them, try as they might, none of the commoners could escape the inhuman and supernatural clutches of the scourging beasts as they were swept away and torn apart, like a herd of lamb amid the wolves' den from what must have been every direction in the impossible looming darkness. No cries for mercy were heard or heeded. When the sun rose that morn, silence had laid its claim to Berkshire. All that remained of the events of the accursed night were the smoldering embers of the festive pyre and the mutilated and exsanguinated remains of the lore night mass, now set to become eternally bound to the tradition of the Nosferatu Nacht. In the vast labyrinth of unsolved true crime cases, few have captured the public's imagination quite like the perplexing vanishing of Dr. Sneha Ann Phillip. A brilliant and ambitious young physician, Dr. Phillip's life came to an inexplicable halt on September 10th, 2001, right before the tumultuous chaos of the 9/11 terrorist attacks in New York City. Her sudden disappearance, overshadowed by the devastating events of that fateful day, left law enforcement, friends, and family grappling with the question, what happened to Sneha Ann Phillip? Dr. Sneha Ann Phillip was born on October 7, 1969, in India, and from an early age it was evident that she possessed an unwavering determination to succeed. She ventured to the United States to pursue her dream of becoming a medical professional, eventually graduating with honors from the Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine in 1995. With her aspirations firmly rooted, she moved to the vibrant metropolis of New York City, where she completed her residency at the prestigious Cabrini Medical Center in Manhattan. On the morning of September 10, 2001, the world had no inkling of the darkness that was about to envelop it. Nor did anyone anticipate the inexplicable fate that awaited Dr. Sneha Ann Phillip. She was seen leaving her Battery Park City apartment that morning, her energy and optimism a reflection of the city's bustling atmosphere. Like countless other New Yorkers, she was heading to work, preparing to fulfill her duties as a physician at the Cabrini Medical Center. Surveillance cameras captured footage of Dr. Phillip at a local grocery store near her apartment that day, making a routine purchase, providing the last glimpse of her before she vanished into thin air. However, as night descended upon the city, she failed to return home, setting into motion a series of events that would unravel an enigmatic puzzle. In the wake of the devastating 9/11 attacks, the search of Dr. Sneha Ann Phillip was inevitably overshadowed by the urgency of finding survivors and victims at Ground Zero. Amidst the rubble and destruction, the hunt for the missing physician was hampered, with her case receiving only fragmented attention. As the dust settled and the enormity of the tragedy sank in, investigators turned their focus to uncovering the truth behind Dr. Phillips' disappearance. Early on, they considered the grim possibility that she had been tragically killed in the terrorist attacks. Her apartment's proximity to Ground Zero fueled this hypothesis, but it was soon challenged by emerging evidence. Piecing together fragments of her life, investigators unearthed a hidden side of Dr. Phillip that few knew about. They discovered that she had struggled with alcohol-related issues, and her past included a brush with law for shoplifting at the very grocery store that she was seen visiting on the day she vanished. This line of inquiry suggested that she might have wandered into obscurity, intentionally disappearing to escape her problems. However, just as investigators seemed to be settling on this theory, eyewitnesses began to emerge, offering possible sightings of Sneha and Philip after September 10, 2001. One individual claimed to have seen her in a Manhattan hospital on September 11, 2001, while others testified to spotting her in different parts of the city in the days immediately following the attacks. These accounts injected fresh uncertainty into the case and reignited hope that she might still be alive. As the investigation progressed, it became increasingly apparent that the circumstances surrounding Dr. Phillips' disappearance were far from straightforward. The trail grew colder with each passing day, leaving investigators with more questions than answers. The inexplicable disappearance of Dr. Sneha and Philip opened the floodgates of speculation and gave rise to a myriad of theories. One prevailing theory was that she met with a tragic end on September 11th, and her remains were obliterated amidst the rubble of the collapsing World Trade Center towers. This idea, while tragic, offered a measure of closure to some, though it failed to explain the alleged sightings of her in the days that followed. Conversely, the theory of a voluntary disappearance gained traction as investigators uncovered the complexities of Dr. Phillips' personal struggles. Some postulated that the stress of her past legal troubles and potential relapse may have culminated in her deciding to reinvent herself in a new life, far removed from the constraints of her previous existence. But even this theory left many unanswered questions, especially regarding the alleged sightings and the absence of any communication from the missing doctor. As time passed, darker theories emerged, suggesting that Dr. Phillip might have fallen victim to human trafficking or abduction, explaining the lack of contact with her family and friends. These conjectures, while terrifying, lacked concrete evidence and only added to the complexity of the case. The disappearance of Dr. Sneha and Philip remains an enigma wrapped in a puzzle, concealed by the shroud of time and tragedy. As the years drift by, hope to finding her alive diminishes, but the embers of determination to solve the case still flicker within the hearts of her family and friends. The mystery of Dr. Phillips' disappearance serves as a haunting reminder of the frailty of human existence and the profound impact a single individual can have on the lives they leave behind. Until new evidence comes to light, the fate of Dr. Sneha and Philip will continue to remain an indelible stain on the canvas of true crime history, an enduring enigma that defies resolution.